Ms. Sherman?
Here.
Ms. Smith?
Here.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. One vacancy on the Youth Advisory Board represents a large student member position. 3 terms expired on the Community Development Advisory Board represent real estate, essential service personnel, employer with city position. Anyone wishing to serve on these boards can apply at palmbayflorida.org or can contact the city clerk at 952-3414.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor. Madam Sherman, agenda revisions?
Thank you, Mayor. There's quite a list tonight, so if you all bear with me. First one is the announcement of terms expiring on the Community Development Advisory Board. Was added as item number 2 under announcements. We just heard that one. A presentation on the Turkey Creek Restoration Feasibility Study has been provided for part of item 1 under presentations. An updated development agreement and exhibits have been included as attachments to item 7 under public hearings relating to a development project known as Gardens at Waterstone Phases 2 and 3. The applicant for items 12 and 13 under public hearings has requested that cases PS 23-00001 and FD 23-0001 be continued to the first regular council meeting in May 2023 for advertising requirements.
Okay, council, I need a motion for that.
I make a motion to move items 12 and 13 to May 1st, 2023, council meeting at 6 p.m. Monday evening.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion, gentlemen? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously, or passes 4-0. Carry on, ma'am.
Mayor, do you want to announce for any who are in the audience?
Well, I was going to do that afterwards, but carry on. If anyone's here for items 12 and 13, please understand we'll be here. We'll discuss that item May 1st. Right now, we're scheduled for May 1st. Is that correct?
Oh.
We're meeting the first Tuesday of the month of May. So May 1st. Carry on, ma'am.
Mayor, I'm sorry, that's actually Monday.
Oh, as you were, it's a Monday. As you were, Monday. Monday, May 1st. Carry on, Madam Sherman.
Okay, next one is item number 12 under the consent agenda, which was inadvertently placed on consent and should be removed when motioning to approve the consent agenda. So it'll go down to after that. Item number 18 under consent agenda relating to the use of fire impact fees has been withdrawn. A presentation relating to the Fred Poppy Regional Park Campground has been provided for item number 1 under procurements.
Council, I need a motion.
So let me say that first, sir. I'm sorry. So staff is requesting to have item 1 under procurements considered prior to the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Council or Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0. Carry on, ma'am.
Next, we have a discussion on the process of filling of vacancies relating to City Council Seat 5 has been added as item 1 under new business at the request of Mayor Medina. Mayor Medina is requesting to have item 1 under new business considered prior to public comments.
So moved.
Actually, gentlemen, I was hoping to have it before presentations.
Okay, then I make a motion to move new business item number 1 right after you said presentation?
Yeah, right before presentation.
Right before presentations.
Yes, sir.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Passes 4-0. Carry on, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Last two, we have an attachment that was providing additional information on the appointment, election process, and absences disability has also been provided for item 1 under new business, now the item that you just moved up.
Thank you.
And lastly is consideration of rescheduling the first regular council meeting in May 2023 has been added under new business. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Ms. Smith, any agenda revisions?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So right now we're on proclamations and recognitions, and so I was going to present the flag to Ruben Saltares Ruiz, and he is not here right now, so we'll go to item number 2. which is a proclamation for Small Business Week, National Small Business Week. So Lonnie Kuyama, who is a United States Marine Corps veteran and is part of FAVOB, correct? Yes. And I'll let you discuss that acronym. Sure. So it's National Small Business Week. It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the city of Palm Bay, whereas America's strongest economic growth is almost 40 years has been driven by the resilience of our small business, that despite a worldwide pandemic, continue to pioneer innovative solutions to our country's greatest challenges and create opportunities for families and workers. And whereas small businesses remain the heartbeat of our communities and the American economy, employing more than half of our nation's workers, inventing and innovating to launch new technologies, create new American-led industries, enriching our main streets, making parts and products in America to fuel our supply chains and building our nation's infrastructure. Whereas when we support small businesses, jobs are created and local communities preserve their unique culture. And whereas by renewing our commitment to supporting small businesses, we can maintain our global competitiveness and build a stronger nation where everyone can succeed, from the bottom up and middle out. And whereas the President of the United States has proclaimed National Small Business Week every year since 1963 to highlight the programs and services available to our entrepreneurs through the U.S. Small Business Administration and other government agencies. Whereas the city of Palm Bay supports and joins the national effort to recognize the contributions of small businesses to the American economy and their importance to ensuring that our local communities remain as a vibrant tomorrow as they are today. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, mayor of the greatest city on the face of the earth, Palm Bay, by virtue of the authority of said office, do hereby proclaim April 30th through May 6th as National Small Business Week in the city of Palm Bay, and call upon all our residents to recognize the contributions of our local communities, local small businesses, and key role they play in keeping our economy strong. In witness hereof, I lay my hand and set and cause the seal of the city of Palm Bay to be affixed this 20th day of April, 2023. Come on up, brother. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. I'll make this brief. I work for the Small Business Administration. We're a federal agency, and our role is to help small businesses. How many small business owners in the room? Show of hands. Okay, quite a few. So I'm going to leave some business cards up here on this desk, and if any of you want to reach out or if you have questions about any of our resources, there are quite a few resources here in Brevard County. We have several different entities that offer free business consulting. There are paid professional consultants who can help you. And the good news is you don't have to pay them. They're being paid off of a grant from my agency, the SBA, and also from different host organizations here. So do take advantage of that. You may have heard of SBA loans. In the case of we have a loan guarantee program. We've done on average about $2 billion in SBA guaranteed loans just in South Florida. And you may have heard of the Paycheck Protection Program, economic injury disaster loans. In those cases, we did close to $20 billion in South Florida. Our district in South Florida did more EIDL loans, more PPP loans than any other SBA district in the country. So I think we just did a good job of getting the word out to everyone, and I think a lot of businesses were saved by those programs. Anyway, I don't want to take up any more of your time. My cards are going to be on the desk right here. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City of Palm Bay, for supporting small businesses in your community. Right here. Oh, okay. You know, last time we did this, the mayor and I sang the Marine Corps hymn.
So now we're moving on to, thank you, Council, for allowing new business number 1 to be moved up to right before presentation. So I'm going to go ahead and begin my comments. I placed this on the agenda, so I will lead with my comments, and I would entertain your respect, as I've always had respect for everyone that speaks. I want to share my heart. First and foremost, for those of you that don't know, my name is Rob Medina. I am a man of the Most High God. I'm an ordained minister, and I serve Him, and I just happen to be mayor of this city. And when I say that, I am intertwined with Him, His being, Himself. What does His Lordship mean to me? I can tell you that it has nothing to do with putting myself and my feelings before I serve Him. Having Him as my Lord means that I listen to whatever He says. It actually means that whatever He tells me to do, I do. And it may be unpopular. I may fight it, but He is my Lord, and I am subject to Him. And I brought some scriptures just to share with you the process that I've gone through over the last 2 weeks. And in my transparency, I'm going to lay it all out. In Galatians 5, but I say, walk and live habitually in the Holy Spirit, responsible to and controlled and guided by the Spirit. Then you will certainly not gratify the cravings and desires of the flesh, of my human nature. For the desires of the flesh are opposed to the Holy Spirit, and the desires of the Spirit are opposed to the flesh. The godless human matter of myself, human nature, are opposed, and they are antagonistic to each other, meaning to the Holy Spirit, continually withstanding and in conflict with each other, that they are not free, but prevented me from doing what I desire to do. In other words, if I yield to the Holy Spirit, I don't do what I want to do. I do what the Lord is guiding me to do. And that is who serves as your mayor. There's no question. My intentions, and just to place this in a practical application, my intentions were to have a meeting with all the applicants on May 31st. And yet, there was no peace. I consulted the city attorney. Madam, I want to publicly thank you for making time on that Friday. You were going to sit there with me and interview applicants with myself. You were going to take up your Friday and sit with me as I did this. However, there was no peace in that. And that's how the Holy Spirit speaks to me. That's how God speaks to me. And in there being no peace, I asked for those applicants that had set up meetings, that those meetings be canceled. And I explained as such. Today, I believe the meeting and the reason that there was no peace, I can tell you without a doubt, I feel there was no peace because there was a critical piece of that process that wasn't part of it. And that was you, the citizens of Palm Bay. I should not think of not including you in this process. And so at our last regular council meeting, there were comments made, there is no time. We have to move forward. You know, I took that to mean that we have to rush this process. I took that to mean that this process, although it is unprecedented in our city's history, we have to rush this through because of a certain time frame. Ladies and gentlemen, that didn't sit well with me. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that I went into the scriptures. I prayed upon it. There was such an unsettling feeling about that whole process. And I'm being transparent with each and every one of you. And I'm a man that prays. And I'm a man that listens to his word. And his word, as I prayed and I read his scriptures, read this. He guided me to Proverbs 3:5-6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart. Do not depend on your own understanding. Seek his will in all you do, and he will show you the path to take. Needless to say, I was very emotional during that process. The more I encounter him, the more I am so blessed to have that relationship. But he didn't stop there. He sent me to Proverbs 4:18, and he said this: the way of the righteous is like a gleam of dawn, which shines even brighter the full light of day. Shines full light of day. Our electoral process is sacred to me. It is sacred to your mayor. Our republic's foundation is that electoral process. There was blood that was shed, lives that were lost, lives that are significant even today, for we are the United States of America. A few feet from this dais, I raised my right hand. My right hand to God, my left hand on the Bible, in the presence of my pastors, who I am accountable to. And in that, I took an oath. I took an oath to abide by the Charter, the Constitution of this United States, and the people of this great city. For me, there is no separation of the people. It is all lumped into one. In my opinion, I truly believe that the process that we have done in such a short span is flawed. Now let me share with you why I believe it is flawed. I sat at my desk and I ranked the applications. Each one, I took the time and read as I ranked each and every applicant. I noticed each application was date stamped. And those date stamps had a time that confirmed that these applicants turned in their application by the due date. I also noticed something that was very important to me. Each applicant signed the application. As I ranked them according to how I was led. When we choose someone to sit on this dais, we are voting for our constituency. We are voting for the Palm Bay resident. And in voting for the Palm Bay resident, we cannot afford not to have transparency and accountability. The accountability comes in. I ranked them, and I left that ranking on top of my desk. I never surrendered it. I left it on my desk. I truly believe that we should have day stamped it, have a due date. And even though I was in Tallahassee, I came that evening and I ranked them and took time, but it was not date stamped. Furthermore, I didn't sign it. There was no signature block. Certainly, we should have that signed and it should be witnessed. If I go to the voting booth, I sign a document and it is witnessed. If I vote absentee, I sign that document. I will share how during this process, I went that evening when I was told there was no time. I kept seeking the word. I kept declaring, where am I to go? And let me share with you, this was not an easy task for me as a man of the Most High God. I'll tell you why. This is what the Lord says, is what he tells me. I am the first and the last. There is no other God. Who is like me? Let him step forward and prove to you his power. Let him do as I've done since ancient times when I established a people and explained its future. Do not tremble. Do not be afraid. Did I not proclaim my purpose for you long ago? You are my witness. Is there any other God? No, there is no other rock. Not one. As for the special council meetings, the Lord directed me not to come. Whether there would be 4 of us on this dais or even one, I was not going to attend because I yield to the man that's upstairs. I yield to the one true living God. It didn't matter what happened. And on that first day, I had no peace. And I called in and I let the city manager know I had no peace. You see, that's how God speaks to me. There was no peace. And yet again, on Monday, every time I considered coming through this door, there was no peace. And then again on Tuesday, no peace. I stand with the people of Palm Bay. I yield to the Most High God. At this time, I want to share because I always look for common ground. Most of you know my heart. You know it to be true. I'm going to share comments by an individual that's a United States Senator. Now, when it comes to policy, we don't agree one bit. But in seeking that common ground, I will share his comments. And they are as follows. In his opening address to Congress in January 2021, Senator Raphael Warnock from Georgia said, "We believe democracy is the political enactment of a spiritual idea, that we are all children of God, and therefore we ought all to have a voice in the direction of our country and our destiny within it. Democracy honors the sacred worth of all human beings, the notion that we all have within us a spark of the divine to participate in the shaping of our own destiny. The right to vote is a sacred right. The right to vote is also foundational too, and the hallmark of a functioning democracy. And as people of faith, we believe that voting is not only a civil right, it is a covenant we have with one another and a moral responsibility. Therefore, a truly pluralistic democracy requires that every person Every citizen has the right to vote and the right to be protected under the law. And when that right is denied, when that right is abridged in any way for arbitrary reasons, it is a moral failure that people of faith, people of goodwill, are obliged to confront. Voting and political participation in our democracy is one of the most important ways we can honor every person's human dignity, enable our vision of justice, and contribute positively to the common good as members of society. He goes on to state, our church has a long history of speaking out about our moral obligation to be involved in politics. In their 2004 document, Catholics in Political Life, the USCCB said, Catholics who bring their moral convictions into public life do not threaten democracy or pluralism, but enrich them and the nation. The separation of church and state does not require the division between belief and public action, between moral principles and political choices, but protects the right of believers of their values, practicing their faith and act on their values in public life. Gentlemen, I share with you how I have endured and seeked his wisdom in everything I do. In total transparency, I have shared with him on many occasions when this body has come to a vote. When it was the time that we shortened our meetings, my spirit was uneasy. When it came time to changing the time of the meetings, my spirit was uneasy. When it came time when 70% of the people, and I share this, said no to raises, and I said no to the stipend, I shared with you I was uneasy. But when it came to this, the spirit was overwhelmingly uneasy. And I yield to God in everything I do. For those of you that called me a coward, I condemn those words. Matter of fact, I cast them down to the depths of hell where they belong. God, I choose to believe what God says about me. I am a mighty man of valor. He is my rock. He is my fortress. For those of you that called me a coward, I condemn those words. I bind them and I cast them to the depths of hell. I am a mighty man of valor. And I will serve this country, this city, with every fiber of my being. And I will do it serving God, honor, and integrity. I will never, ever choose the word of man before I choose the word of God. In that, we even have an email that our city manager sent regarding the special meeting. And in that, we're going to discuss that. It says, and I didn't write this down, but there's an email. Madam City Attorney, would you just share the last comment when you sent the email before you signed it? It read about, thought I had written it down, ma'am. I don't have that. So the last, on the 17th, I believe you might have sent it. I'll see if I can look it up. I'm not sure, ma'am. There have also been some comments regarding when a special election would occur. If no one is appointed pursuant to 3-062, all vacancy elections must run concurrently with regularly scheduled city elections. Consequently, if council does not appoint, the seat will remain vacant until a vote is held in 2024 in conjunction with the next regularly scheduled election. I can tell you, ma'am, that when that came before us, everyone thought that 60 days, it was in the newspapers. Did you think that there wouldn't be a special election? The clear statement was a special election. Did you believe that? Did you believe that, Councilman Johnson? That there would not be a special election?
Well, technically, it still is a special election because it doesn't fall on 2026. It falls on 2 years prior. So that's how I see it.
So did you believe it as to there wouldn't be a special election?
There will still be a special election.
Right after the 60 days if we didn't meet it?
What I'm saying is it's a special election based on 2024 because the seat 5 is up when my seat is up, which is 2026. So being prior to that is a special election.
Well, then you were the only one that felt that way, because I can tell you I didn't see it that way, and I think Deputy Mayor Felix didn't feel that way either. But that's something else that we're going to be discussing on May 1st. So stand by. But if anything, this shed light on the process. This definitely shed light on everything, and I thank God for shedding light on this. I will conclude my comments with this. I will, again, serve this community through God, honor, and integrity. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Alan Miles. Bill Batten. And Phil Moore.
I'm Dr. Alan Miles, 350 Garvey Road, Southwest. Got a little different spin on everything. When Mayor Rob Medina publicly stated he would meet with the seat 5 city council candidates, he did not. So what are the citizens of Palm Bay supposed to do when the mayor eliminates the interview process 24 hours before it's supposed to occur? Is he saying one thing and doing another for deceptive purposes? Under Ordinance 2023-10, Section 50.55, which was recently amended, there is no majority rule as in the past. Instead, it appears to be an aggregate of scores compiled which have already been manipulated and skewed by this flawed process. Kay Mirage, I don't know how you say it, his recent political foe, received the #1 vote from 3 of the city council members, with the exception being Mayor Medina. He poisoned the well and rated her 31st, just below his rival, past Mayor Capote. There is also a question of the validity of the infirmed councilman's ability to vote. Statistically, and there's some math here, the mayor can cast a spoiled vote, meaning if 3 members vote K as #1 and Mayor Medina votes her #5, her total would be 8. Secondarily, if they all chose the #2 candidate and the mayor votes that candidate #1, the total is 7 and the mayor wins. All other scenarios result in a tie or possibly the third choice. The third choice candidate being evaluated, not the one who got the #1 votes, which would be a majority. The mayor stated he wanted to be more transparent, and I, as a retired eye doctor, can give you the Gaussian equation for transparency, and this is not it. This point system is definitely a corruptible process, and I'm no longer hopeful for a good outcome. Oh, by the way, the scar on my forehead is for the skin cancer surgery I postponed so I could meet with the mayor. Weekend update, and this is not from Saturday Night Live. Mayor Medina apparently decided to skip town for the final 3 votes for City Council Seat 5. To me, it's like not showing up for the prom. I think that puts him in the realm of liar, cheater, scammer, and cowardly. What's next? I guess we'll find out shortly. I would also like him to retract his statement that Palm Bay is the greatest city in the world, since we certainly do not have the greatest mayor in the world. I would also like to point out that the section 50-57 council member, temporary vacancy, illness, and other disability, to the best of my knowledge, section 3063, the determination of such illness or disability shall be made by an affirmative vote of at least 3
Thank you,
council
sir.
members, which has not taken
Sir,
place.
thank you.
Mr. Batten?
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. The process was a little bit different than what was anticipated, but I've been around long enough to know that the process wasn't that different. 1979, the Democrats walked out, leaving a non-majority vote. 2023, Texas, the Democrats walked out, leaving a lack of quorum. 2021, Democrats walked out, leaving a lack of quorum. 2030, Wisconsin, Republicans walked out, leaving a lack of quorum. 2023, Palm Bay, one individual walks out, leaving a lack of quorum. The process is not unusual in our history. It was unusual for us, but the process has been, it's a mechanism of our government. Once it started, it was used again. So for that, I know the mayor took flack and the ability to stand on your own, because that's what he was, standing on his own. I give him credit for that. When I was looking at the list of individuals that made it, I'm proud of the fact that it didn't happen. And one of the primary reasons that I'm proud that it didn't happen was the fact that 3 of the 5 individuals that were selected for the final 5 don't pay taxes to the city of Palm Bay. I just thought that was an interesting little fact. So those would be the individuals that I didn't get a chance to vote on that you were considering to determine how much taxes I have to pay. So that would have really upset me if I would have seen that the first time it came to budget and we're raising the taxes. That being said, the process was a little bit obscured, but it was not uncommon in the history of the United States. Thank you very much.
Mr. Moore?
I hadn't anything prepared. I was gonna, Phil Moore, Palm Bay, Florida. Good evening, council. I didn't prepare anything. I was just gonna listen and hear what was being said. And I have to start with the corruption or perception of corruption continues, whether it be Jeff Bailey, Peter Filiberto, or now I'm gonna add you, Rob Medina, to that list of corruption. Your job was to follow the charter. That's very simple. That seemed to be something that you neglected to do. You couldn't do your job. You even admitted that you couldn't do your job. But what I wrote down is you can't use your religion to shield yourself from doing your duty as the mayor. You have to follow the charter. You took that oath to follow the charter. You took the oath to follow the Constitution of the United States. That's what you should be doing as a servant. Now, if you don't want to serve in that capacity, then that's your choice. You shouldn't be doing that, but the conflict shouldn't be there of being able to follow the charter. You can't do your job within 60 days. You admitted yourself that 60 days wasn't enough time for you to be able to do that. If you can't do that job in 60 days, I'm not sure how much more time you should need to get that kind of work done. You said that it is a flawed process, but you said that was your opinion. Your opinion doesn't supersede what the voters voted on. And that was the other thing you said, this is the voters' choice. The voters did vote. They voted overwhelmingly for this charter amendment so that if this was to occur, this would be the process we would follow. Not for you to make your own opinion on that this was a flawed process and you weren't going to follow it. Acting like, a child, which was be grabbing your ball and going home and saying, I'm not going to participate. I'm not going to play now. And we've seen that type of action before. We've seen it from Randy Fine, where he says that I don't like what you said about me. And he just decides that he's going to take all the money away from the city. That's the type of a perception that we don't want to have continued on here in the city, why I label you in that same perception, Mr. Medina. Again, the voters did vote overwhelmingly for the charter. I understood it when I voted yes for the amendment as it was. I think every other person understood, and I know you did too, because in the minutes there, it shows that you received the email that delineated by our attorney, how the charter plays out. So you purposefully chose to say, I'm not going to have anybody in this position. I'm going to go ahead and leave this vacant either until Councilman Foster can return or until the November election in 2024. That puts the city in a precarious situation to be able to conduct city business. And because of that, I agree, you can't use the moniker that this is the greatest city in the face of the earth when you're trying to deal with making a quorum.
Ms. Eileen Sepp. Sir Kenneth Delgado. Pastor Delgado.
Mayor Medina, Councilman, I have a very different view of this whole thing. I'm actually grateful that Mayor Medina did what he did, because everything that I read in the charter, in the spirit of the charter, was that primarily that entire dais is not supposed to show preferential treatment to any one person. There's no way that you can make an objective choice, and it's evident in the choices that you made. You chose people who you knew, people who you had experience with. The other thing is that there were so many people, and the applications didn't end until the 29th. There was no way humanly possible to give everybody a fair shake. I believe that that amendment needs to be reversed because it violated at least 5 of the Code of Ethics of the City of Palm Bay. And the most significant one would be Section 8, under applicable laws and policies, paragraph 2. Public officials should avoid action, whether or not specifically prohibited, which might result in or create the appearance of offering preferential treatment to any person, losing complete independence and impartiality. I don't believe that in any situation people choose their peers. It should be from the people, and I do believe that there's a remedy. If the goal of that amendment was to make it less costly for the citizens of Palm Bay to have a special election, then a better remedy would be at the next election to have an alternate appointed for each member of the council. So that should, and we have a history of this happening recently over and over again, that the people will choose who will replace you, but they will be standing by. You can figure out how to make that work, but that's the way to let the people have their voice. And again, I think Mayor Medina, I think he did the right thing by exercising the only way he could veto this process. Thank you.
Pastor Delgado.
Ken Delgado, 154 Angelo Road, Southeast. Number one, this is a democracy, but we forget that it's a republic and not a strict democracy. Some people say the voters voted. That is correct. The voters did vote, and voters voted for you also, Mayor Medina, to represent their position. And the reason why we're a republic is so that the few don't get run over by the many. And so you had every right to have your special position and to exercise that position. Number two, someone mentioned here that we have a corrupt process. And I'm going to go that maybe he's right. And that's why we shouldn't have it the way we have it, because it's a corrupt process. He mentioned how you could vote in such a way as to adjust who's going to be on top. We have no process. It was never delineated. There's so many
wrong things in this process, that obviously the process needs to be revised, if not totally thrown out as I had suggested during the charter review. I'd like to say that when I was in that charter review, I had no idea that what they were suggesting was that the special election would happen the next voting cycle. The reason why it says here within 60 days, special election, is because the understanding as we were discussing it was that in 60 days, if it did not happen, we would then order a special election. So the fact that it mentions 60 days and a special election, it gave the hue that we're talking about what used to be. There would be a special election. A special election is not an election on the year of elections. That's not a special election, although I understand the concept that it is special because it was empty. I understand that. But the context of 60 days hooked up to special election gave the understanding that indeed it was a special election that we were going to hold as a city who wants to have a republic where people get to elect who does it. So as far as cowardly is concerned, I would say, well, that's a matter of perspective. I thought someone who stood up against all the people who are speaking against him, someone who stands up is not a coward. It's someone who's very has some valor to him, that he would stand up in front of all the attacks. So I also refute any cowardly, and I think it's quite cowardly to call anybody a coward. I mean, after all, who are you to say you're a coward? So I go, thank you for not hanging up your position in the closet and pulling out God whenever you want it, that you are who you are, way you are, and I accept you the way you are. Thank you very much.
So this concludes the public comments. Council, any discussion? Oh, as you were. So we have a card. So for this item, sir, or for this item? No, sir. This is new business number 1. We moved it up. Did you want to speak for new business number 1? Okay. You just have public comment. Do you? I would need a card, sir. Come on up. Oh, did you? Okay. Was it for this? For one? Okay, no. Is it for this item that we're talking about?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's a different item.
It's not. It's a different item. Okay. We'll call you up, sir. Thank you. Did you on one new business item number 1? All right, so step up, Mr. Stice. Madam, he checked the wrong box. For this item, sir? Okay. Okay.
Good evening. Robert Stice, 1796 Winbrook Drive. Perceptions are real, right? We look at people, we chat with people and whatnot, and we automatically form an opinion. Many times we form an opinion, if we fill in the blank, we fill it in with a negative. I mean, we really missed on Filiberto, and any of his information was already online that he had some significant issues. But going through the process in C5 and a couple of months ago, you had said that we are your employers. And I was looking at all of you, and you agreed with that. We are your employers. Now, I did talk to some of you personally. I'm not going to mention names, but we talked about a holistic approach of how we're going to deal with this. I didn't see any of that. What I saw was I want somebody who likes what I liked and does what I do. And, you know, all I saw was ideology. And I visit some of the staff, and I'm telling you, some of your ideology is going to affect your staff as well, not only your residents. But you know, it's interesting where you started off with, Mayor, because my wife and I try to read the Bible every day, and we don't read it every day. And certainly, I'm the furthest thing from perfection. I still curse like a sailor, but I'm working on that. Okay. But we're sitting down, and we're in the book of Nehemiah, and on that, in my study Bible, it shows the Nehemiah introduction. And I'm looking here before we didn't even get into it because my wife and I looked at this, and I wanted to bring it up to the meeting. If you look at the highlighted areas, first of all, Nehemiah was a cupbearer to King Xerxes, and God really had some duties for him. Leaders have a sense of mission. Do we? Leaders leverage their power. Do we? Leaders conduct research. Leaders build communities. I mean, we're in the middle of that right now, right? We're doing the right thing on that? Let's look internally on that. Leaders adapt to adversity. How are you going to adapt to this adversity? Are we going to walk into a big roadblock here? Or are we going to get together and still move forward and try to get things done? Leaders resist underhanded politics. Wow, that's an introduction to Nehemiah. Underhanded politics. Leaders serve people. I like that one. Leaders serve people, and leaders celebrate often. What are we doing here? I mean, Mayor, with your opening statement, I was going to bring this up, and I was concerned that, wow, I'm bringing religion into the process. This is life, gentlemen. You know, you said you were going to look at this holistically. There were a lot of great candidates out there, and I'm just asking you to do an internal assess on yourself. Did you? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Sir.
There's no motion at this point. Any further discussion, council?
Yes, Mayor, I'm gonna speak. I'm listening to everyone, and it really baffles me. I'm sorry, it baffles me because in 2021, when this all started, when Jeff Bailey vacated his seat, the main thing that I was seeing in emails and in public comments is the voters voted, we want a special election. Well, here we have it. The voters voted and they want an appointment. So I'm asking, you know, what people are we referring to serving? Because the voters overwhelmingly said, hey, we want an appointment. But to take it upon yourself to intentionally obstruct the process and go against the charter, which, as it was stated, I did it too. We put our hands up, we put our hands on the Bible, and we swore to uphold the charter as well and the Constitution. This is part of that. This is the charter as it is. So until it changes, we're supposed to uphold it. So to that point, I disagree. That was uncalled for and unethical, because I don't believe that if Councilman Foster was here, you wouldn't have been here, Mayor. I feel you would have probably voted no, but you would have still been here. But being that he wasn't here to be here physically, that's how it went out. Other than that, we're talking about the spirit being uneasy. Like, the spirit was uneasy for certain votes in regards to the pay raise for council, but not uneasy on the appointments. So I'm seeing, you know, cognitive dissonance over there, because it's uneasy for one vote from the people, but not the other. These are the same people that voted for our Governor DeSantis and voted all the way down the ballot. So I believe they're educated voters and they knew what they were voting for. My spirit was uneasy with the flag. My spirit was uneasy with trying to make Filiberto deputy mayor. My spirit's been uneasy on improving warehouses and several other projects as it happened in the city, but I still show up to work. I still show up here. I don't call out. I do my job because that's what y'all voted for us to do. So I disagree. And I serve the same God too. And no, I'm not perfect, but I'm here. And I'm always going to be here until I'm done serving. So I find problems and issues with how this went down. And I would like to ask, I know you said God, you know, ordained you or told you not to be here, but did anybody else lean in your ear and tell you otherwise as well? Because I don't want to go from he say, she say. I just go directly to the source, sir. And that's how I respect you. So I'm not finna go entertain any other mess that I hear. I just go directly to the source. So with that, I really felt like it was uncalled for. Now the seat's gonna be vacant. If it's a 2-2 vote, items die. And that's just how it is. So that's how it's gonna be until 2024. So.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been a lot's been said. And Mayor, I learned to never, I share the same faith as you. I'm a Christian myself. I learned to never question another man, another woman's faith or their relationship when it comes to their religion, their beliefs. But I can tell you, I've never been so troubled. Never, I had to reach out to my pastor because my soul was touched. Such a failure of leadership, that's how I view it. A man of God, I looked at you as truly a man that served a leader. Now, that really impact me personally. And I have to share that publicly. That touched my soul to the point where what a lack of leadership that was displayed. Yes, if your spirit's not unsettling with the process, I get it. Make it clear. Come to the dais, show up for work, as it's been said. Make it clear, share it with the people. Let it be known where you stand, what your spirit led. Not showing up, that doesn't look right, Mayor. It certainly doesn't look right. Charter amendment governing the process for filling vacancy of Palm Bay. 24,000 voters went and cast their vote versus 14,000. There's a clear message. That's what they wanted us to do. And it's on purpose. You didn't show up on purpose knowing that you're going to pull that card. And that is troubling. To me personally, I think it's a lack of leadership. You didn't show up for work. You let your people down. You let down 24,000 voters. Yes, it may not be cleared. It probably wasn't as clear when this charter, when this amendment came before us. I didn't quite get the full stand of it, but whether I did or not, I would still stand by it. I would show up and express my agreement or disagreement. But for you, sir, not to show up, that is truly a failure of leadership. And I'm not sure where we go from here, but truly it's putting Palm Bay in a bad position. And I don't know if I can claim Palm Bay is the greatest city of the face of the earth again. I cannot say it because we haven't displayed that. Palm Bay, again, we have been there before where we are the laughingstock of the community. And I feel like we're right back there. You ran on reestablish public trust. You certainly didn't display that, sir, respectfully. And like I said, I was truly troubled, my soul to the core. And I had to speak to my pastor to get some clarity on that because I didn't get it. I was truly troubled. So that concludes my report. I hope we find a better way moving forward, things like that. If we have a disagreement, whether we agree of something or not, it should be displayed right here, not just take the easy way out. That's how I felt.
Thank you. Councilman Foster, your comments?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
First of all, I want to publicly thank Pastor Delgado.
Councilman Foster, you're a little too close to the mic, sir.
I want to thank Pastor Delgado for coming and praying for me. I want to get that on the record before I make my comments. Thank you, Pastor and his wife. You're an angel. Now, Mayor Medina, I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed in you. I understand your religious background. Your religious thoughts, your views from God. I respect all that. I'll let you give you an explanation. And it sounded like he was in church, not a council chamber. And the reason why I say that, Mayor, is, during the war, we have people who have religious conviction and wouldn't go to war because of their religion. They wouldn't join their military team, even though they raised their right hand and swear to God and the Constitution that they would protect and defend the United States of America. So help me God. That's what they oath. But when it was time for war, the religious conviction grabbed a hold to him and said, no, don't go fight that war. Don't join your comrades in protecting this country. And guess what? Their comrades didn't have a problem with that. And that person left the military. They left. They was excused. They didn't do their job because of their religious conviction. And I have no disrespect for an individual who does that. I honor that. There was also people of the same religion that went to fight. And I honor that. So God speaks to people in different ways. And I can testify to that. Because I'm still alive right now. And I'll tell you this, man, if I could have crawled on my hands and knees to get to that council chamber, I would have done it. Because I believe one of being a veteran is to do your duty. Do your duty, whether you like it or not. Soldiers drop bombs on innocent people. And I know they regret doing it, but that was an order. They had an order. They had to follow orders. They had to follow the Constitution. There's structure. Yeah, your order was to follow the city charter that you raised your right hand to. And the citizens of Palm Bay voted for that charter. And you remember the last council meeting, I was on the phone, my last word, I said, follow the charter. The charter. Follow the charter. That's what we said. That's why we sit on advice. We got to follow the U.S. Constitution, the Florida Constitution, and Palm Bay Charter. The citizens put you there to do that. And they put you there to make a decision on a vote. Whether you vote yes for the individual or no for the individual. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with the way you vote. I really don't. I don't have a problem with that. Because that's your office, that's your seat, and that's your decision. But we got to do our job. We got to do our job. And if you continue to be moved by certain religious spirits, maybe that job is not for you. Maybe you need to be in a different job. Because it sounds like to me, and so with all due respect, this is being recorded. I want you to go back and listen to what you said. I think you fell in your duties as mayor this week. I was hoping that you showed up. If I could have been there in a wheelchair, I could have been there in a wheelchair, I would be there. I'd be there right now. I'd be there right now. Because that's what I was elected to do. I gave an oath to the city of Palm Bay that I was going to serve him for 4 years. And I'm going to serve him for 4 years. I'm not going anywhere. But we take votes. Yeah, we take votes. I took quite a few votes on that bias that I didn't want to take. But deep down in my throat, I'm like, this is wrong. But I voted in agreement with you guys. And we're going to still take votes. We're going to still take votes. But we don't feel that it's right. And I voted against some, and I voted for some, even though I thought it was wrong. That will never happen again. But with all due respect, man, I really had some really mean and nasty comments for you this evening, and I pray to God to take that out of me. I don't want to, I'm not trying to disrespect you. I really love you as a friend. We were very close before we got on the bias, man. You know that. We were very close. And I'm just being honest with you. I lost all money because I thought you were a stand-up guy. I thought you were going to, regardless of what the vote would be, what the outcome would be, I thought you would say your piece and vote your way. I can respect that. The process is not corrupt. The process is not corrupt. I don't care what people say, the process is not corrupt. I looked at the applicants. I was briefed on the process in my hospital bed. And I called in every meeting since I've been off a ventilator. I've been calling in. And I know that. It's on record. And I'm not 100% right now, but I'm calling in because I took an oath to the city of Bombay. And people went out and voted for me after voted for you. And your one decision shouldn't affect the whole city. My one decision shouldn't affect the whole city. But it did. So, I don't know where to go from here, man. I really don't. I'm sorry to say that I lost a lot of confidence in you. And you know, before I went down, I bought you this nice Marine Corps statue that you have in your office. That was showing you my love that I had for you. And I lost that this week. I lost that. That hurt. Besides the pain I'm in, that hurt him most. I really was hoping that you get us through this process. Now, it's, to me, it's an embarrassment towards the city, embarrassment towards the council members. The city put in a lot of work to get them applicants. Y'all voted to charge them $25 for a background check. I voted against that because I don't think we should charge a volunteer to pay anything. Now, the volunteers pay for the background check. They deliver on their promises, and we didn't deliver on a vote for any one of them. We didn't, nobody, they might have been late, but they didn't get a vote. Nobody got a vote. So what do we do? They paid for something that they didn't need to pay for. They could pay for something that they're not going to use. Even though it's $25, we don't know what their financial background is. And that bothered me. That bothered me that we made citizens of Bombay who volunteered, every last one of them, God bless their soul, they stood up. That council job is not a cakewalk. Might look easy from the audience seat, but it's not. It's a 24-hour job, and they don't care if you're sick, well, in church, out of church, at work, at home. This job goes 24/7, and you know that, man. Not an easy job, and you got to do it because you gotta love the city that much. And I believe you love Palm Bay. I'm not questioning your love for the city. I'm not questioning your religious belief. I'm not questioning none of that, man. You know, I'm really questioning your action. And I lost a lot of respect. I'm just being honest with you. I lost a lot of respect. And I listened to you very carefully, the words that came out of your mouth. The voters voted for the charter amendment. It got passed. And like I said, in the here, we should follow the charter. If we don't like the charter, we don't like the rules, we got another election come up in less than 15 months, and we write a new charter amendment. We go through that again. But when you sit on that dais, you have God speak to us, but we also expect us to perform. He put us up there for a reason. As leaders, to lead the community. And I didn't see that. And so I'm just very disappointed. I don't know, maybe one day we could talk in private. And I'm very disappointed. And you know, Mayor, I brought you that, Senator Eva Gina. I brought you that because I thought of you when I was in D.C. I told you that. The thought of you touched my heart. That's why I gave you that. And I'm just disappointed. I'm just going to leave here. I just want to thank your pastor. The first time I opened my eyes coming out of that program, not opened my eyes when I was in the program, I heard Pastor Delgado praying for me. He was in my room. I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't speak. When I felt his presence, I heard his words, and it gave me hope. And I don't often agree with Pastor Delgado on political, but I can tell you this. I wanted to say it publicly. He's a man of God, and I love him. Thank you, man.
Thank you, and thank you all for your comments. I just wanted to touch on a few things. I can't put Jesus in my pocket. He goes before me and he stands beside me everywhere I go. There is no separation from me, and I thought I covered that. When I raised my right hand, I raised it to protect the people of this city. That is part of the charter. I cannot separate the two. So I just wanted to touch on that. When it comes to being trustworthy, I am trustworthy. When it comes to being a leader, I am a leader. I did not renege my duties. I fulfilled my duties. I stood strong because I listened to the Most High God. And I'll end it on that. There's no doubt in my mind that I was obedient to his word. In spite of what man would say, I was obedient to his word. Now, even if there were 4 men on this dais, and he tells me not to come to this chamber, I will not come to this chamber. There's something, that process is flawed. If I don't have to sign that ranking sheet in front of a witness, that process is flawed. If that does not have to be, this is not selecting a board member, gentlemen. This is selecting someone, voting for the people, selecting someone to sit on the dais. So the conviction of what the Lord said to me is what it is. This is how I feel. And I understand where you guys come from. I get it. However, I know that I was obedient to his word. So I'll end with that, and then we'll go on to presentations. Thank you. Madam Sherman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So next before you is the presentation. We are going to discuss the results of the Turkey Creek Restoration Feasibility Study. I'll actually ask Natalie Shaber, who is one of our engineers with the Public Works Department, to come up and just briefly introduce the item as well as our consultants, Geosyntec, who are here to give a brief overview of the results of the study.
Good evening, Mayor, council members.
Good evening, ma'am. Sorry you came at such a time as this. Carry on, ma'am.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce our consultants, Geosyntec and Applied Ecology Incorporated, who have spent a great deal of time and effort pulling together the Turkey Creek Restoration Feasibility Study. They've used existing data to do just an amazing job. And the study is going to give us a path forward in the Northeast Basin towards stormwater quality in particular, but also flooding and so on. And with no further ado, I will bring up Dr. Harden and are you coming up? And Dr. Listopad. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys very much. I really appreciate the time. We do have a few slides to get through and a very limited amount of time, so I'm going to go ahead and get things moving. So, as Natalie mentioned, so we performed the Turkey Creek feasibility assessment. This project was done under a FDEP 319 grant, which was about $160,000 to perform this study. And then Geosyntec and Applied Ecology, we have performed the study in order to provide recommendations moving forward. So specifically, we evaluated basically all aspects of Turkey Creek, looking at issues both within the water body as well as within the watershed. And then, so now I'm going to hand it over to Claudia to talk about dredging.
Thank you, everyone. So one of the opportunities we wanted to look at is dredging. As you know, Turkey Creek has been dredged multiple times. Currently, you have the authorization to be able to continue dredging up to 5 feet of navigation. There are benefits, certainly, in continuing to dredging, such as improved flow, reduced nutrient reservoirs. So, you know, the muck, what's in the bottom of the creek, does flux into the water column. So removing that is important, and also restoring navigational access. However, depending on where you dredge, and if you only dredge up to 5 feet, in certain cases, you don't get all that muck. And so it doesn't have as much benefit, ecological benefit and water quality benefit as you'd expect. We also looked at other opportunities within the creek. For example, removing of some of the islands. As you know, there's quite a few of islands that have formed through times of sediment, and they have a lot of invasive exotic species. Those are certainly not good for the habitat, providing wildlife habitat. And so we looked at Cadillac Island as one of those islands that would certainly help. And you can see that's located right there. It will improve flushing and local navigation. That's a plus, and definitely ecological net gain because you're removing all this seed source from exotic species. There's also a sump that we looked at really has been built and maintained and should be continue to be maintained. So that's an easy way to remove the sediment before it becomes muck and spreads through Turkey Creek. So that's a cheaper, accessible way to get some of those nutrients out of the creek. We certainly encourage to keep maintaining that. We looked at other ecological restoration. So there's actually quite a few areas within those islands, particularly Outlying Island, which is a mitigation island that really should be restored. And I highlighted a part of it. There's actually several, it's a very large area. Which is overgrown, again, with a lot of exotic species. There's benefit in going there. Obviously, you can't remove that island as a mitigation, but remove the exotic vegetation and plant native species that provide habitat for the species we are interested in. So that is a public benefit to do this. Removing exotic species is not a one-time deal. You have to keep maintaining it. As you know, you have already done some of that effort. Unless you keep going back at it and have funds that allows you to keep going and maintaining it, you won't get there. And finally, talking about some other type of restoration projects, we looked at shoreline enhancement. There's a couple of opportunities there, and the one we really prioritize as your #1 project if you're going to go with the shoreline for public benefit is Good Park. There's about 650 linear feet there, and you can see from the boat dock all the way east, there's really an opportunity there to install swale, landward of Topple Bank, create a soft side, plant native vegetation that is has a huge immediate public benefit. Not only your public, your citizens will immediately see something restored. It reduces the erosion, it improves water quality nearby, better for fishery habitat. So there's a lot of public good in doing a project like this. And finally, one project that's really a mix of ecological restoration and water quality restoration, and Dr. Harden will mention that, is really this project at Chase Lane, Cadillac, that both is a water quality restoration project. We'll talk about more restoring the functionality of the pond, but there's also 1.5 acres behind this pond that is filled, as you can see from the picture, with very dense Brazilian pepper. I highly recommend this as a priority project to remove this exotic species, plant wetlands, reroute some of the flow of that stormwater pond through the wetlands, which will further clean the water before getting into Turkey Creek. It's a win-win. There's very few times that we see projects where you can do a stormwater project with ecologic at the same time. This is a great option. And finally, wastewater. We actually looked at wastewater overall. You have done quite a bit of work in this arena, and I know you keep doing it. We actually do quite a bit of monitoring, looking at the impact of some of your projects. For example, you have done septic studies. You just approved, I saw, additional money for septic to sewer retrofit. That's a great benefit. We encourage for you to keep doing that. You upgraded your wastewater treatment facility, and right now your effluent that goes into reclaimed has halved the concentrations, and I think is 1/4 of what it was for phosphorus. So we are seeing that by monitoring groundwater. We actually do perform some monitoring. We're seeing immediate benefit from that. So that's great news. We recommend for you to keep building on the previous efforts. You have recommendations that you're still implementing, keep going at it. So it's a summary of, keep working towards all these different strategies. Then passing it back.
All right, thank you. And so, yeah, just to talk a little bit about, how we went about evaluating this, because obviously it's a very large area that's contributing to it. And so, first step is, well, where do we do things, right? So how do we identify those areas where water quality projects make sense? And so what we did is we performed what's called a hotspot analysis, where we do a pollutant loading, and then we evaluated at the subbasin level. And we delineated these subbasins to each individual outfall to Turkey Creek. And so that allowed us to identify these areas are providing the most amount of nutrients to the water body that we should address. So from that, we identified we identified 7 different projects. I'm going to go over kind of the 3 top ranked ones that we had here. So the first one we're looking at, and this is the one that Dr. Listopad just mentioned, is the Cadillac Drive Pond. Currently, this pond short circuits, so the water doesn't spend enough time in the pond, so you don't get the water quality benefit. So just by adding a couple baffles, increasing the flow path length, increasing the residence time of water within that system will provide a significant water quality benefit. And then you can see the cost benefit on the bottom there, which is very competitive for these types of projects. The next one looking at, there's an existing pond over there, and I just can't read the screen from here to tell you the street, but it's right there. And so this is another one where, again, there's a lot of pond volume available, but we're not necessarily utilizing all of it. And so by adding some baffles and then adding a filter on the downstream end for some additional treatment can really provide a lot of water quality benefit. There's a lot of base flow that flows through this pond as well. So again, looking at that cost benefit, I mean, that's just, what we call a pee your pants moment as far as, very good numbers. And then so the last project, this is what we call a base flow project. So we're looking at treating that water that's constantly there and moving towards and through the system. And so essentially we would provide a pumping system onto the canal that's shown there, pump water up into a containerized filtration system where it would then flow back into the creek. Since it's base flow, it's able to just operate all the time. So you get a very good cost benefit ratio on those as well, as shown on the screen. And again, this is another high quality project. So now how do we pay for all these things, right? So there's a number of grant and funding opportunities that are available throughout the state. So FDEP has a number of options that are listed there, and you guys have already gone through the 319 process. There's also the National Estuary Program, the Save Our Indian River Lagoon funds, as well as Florida legislature appropriations that can be available to help pay for these kinds of projects. And I think all the projects that we recommended should do very well in any number of those avenues. So just kind of summary recommendations moving forward is, keep a holistic approach, right? We've been assaulting this ecosystem on all fronts for a long time. So now we need to kind of address those issues individually, but do it all at the same time so that we're not, just kind of passing the buck back and forth. We also think that it's important to invest in data collection and understanding the system. It's hard to fix something if you don't have a clear picture of what's going on, right? So I think it's important to invest in a surface water monitoring program, understand your stormwater that's coming in there as well, do some monitoring of that. As Dr. Listop had mentioned, sediment assessment is important. So there's a lot of legacy pollutants that are in those sediments that are fluxing into the water column that are causing problems. They weren't put there today, but we've been putting them there for a long time, right? And so to understand kind of the distribution and the risk associated with that is very important. Dr. Listoped listed a lot of great ecological restoration opportunities that are there, as well as looking at removing sediment islands that have formed over time and maintaining little sump areas that can help, keep you ahead of new sediments that are coming in and keeping your maintenance to smaller areas instead of having to go across the entire creek. Also, vegetation management. Rather than spraying chemicals in there and killing the vegetation, which just sinks to the bottom and creates more muck, it's better to go through mechanical harvesting. That also gets you credits towards your BMAP for the Indian River Lagoon. So we highly recommend that. Continue with the wastewater program improvements. Wade Trim had a number of examples. I think all are funded except for one. So I would encourage you to continue moving forward with that. Move forward with the stormwater and base flow projects that we've recommended, as well as to look at the upstream contributing area to the Melbourne-Tillman Water Control District Canal. It's another area, it's highly urbanized, and there's opportunities in there to do some water quality good before it gets into the Turkey Creek area. So thank you very much for your time, and if you have any questions, we're happy to address.
Well, thank you, sir. And I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you very much for your hard work and working with our citizenry too. I think of John Manjovi in particular, right?
Absolutely, our pleasure.
And part of that, I probably is better to ask staff, but when you mention that data collecting process, because that's critically important, right?
Absolutely.
Does FIT do any of that?
They do
Do they do that for us?
I don't know if it's for you or not.
Or maybe that's better directed at staff, or
yeah. So the FIT has been involved on projects, including some dredging monitoring associated with some prior dredging. There's actually some monitoring that the Save Our Lagoon is paying
get in the
for.
mic, ma'am. Yeah.
There's some monitoring going on groundwater that is really funded by the Save Our Lagoon program as well, on groundwater on a couple communities. So that is ongoing. So there are some monitoring, but I don't think it's continuous, long-term, thought out. They're project specific, particularly for in Turkey Creek.
Well, I really appreciate that. And I'm really excited that, gentlemen, we've got several baffle boxes that are going to treat this area and just filter that solvent. So I'm really grateful for our state legislators that helped us get that funding for that. Representative 5 and Senator Mayfield, and I believe our deputy city manager is working hard on our future grants to restore our Turkey Creek. So thank you for the presentation. I'll yield to council, Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question. Great presentation. I appreciate it. Within the past year, this council approved a low impact development manual that we've put forth. I just wanted to hear your take on that. I believe we're one of the only municipalities in Brevard County to do so. But how it would play into effect with the restoration of Turkey Creek.
Yeah, I applaud that effort. LID is a wonderful practice. I'm actually working on a LID manual for Orange County right now as well, so I'm very familiar with LID. LID is kind of a method, right, or a way of going about things, or a way of thinking of things. And really the way is, instead of concentrating everything in one area is to kind of spread things out a little bit. Try and infiltrate water into, small depressional areas where you're able to. Try and disconnect impervious areas to reduce the volume of stormwater. And I think that everything that we've recommended in here is absolutely lockstep with LID practices and honestly what's going to be coming down from the state as well as they continue to move forward with their new statewide stormwater rule.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, stand
Yeah,
by.
not so much of a question, but I just want to thank you for the great work you guys did. And just added to what you just mentioned in terms of data collection, Mayor mentioned it, most companies that do very well, it's not so much about pushing product or pushing services, but it's collecting data that's reflecting into the services and products. So with that said, I think we have a great opportunity. I see you guys identify some area where Palm Bay, because we have an opportunity to push Palm Bay being a great outdoor. We got a great ecosystem that really unused, untapped in. So you guys helping us identify some of that. I've noticed a great aerial picture of the captain's house. That's just one area. I think there's some missed opportunity there but only if we had, unlimited amount of, funding, right? So we could implement all these great ideas, but I do appreciate what you guys did. And I think we're moving in the right direction. And I was very encouraged to hear that the lagoon, we're making some progress in terms of making progress. The lagoon's getting healthier. I think we're still kind of low, but it's effort like this.
Yeah,
Each municipality contributing to the greater and healthier lagoon. So thank you so much.
You're absolutely right.
And
And I
those
would also encourage you to get the free money that's out there. Look at those grants and go after that because that's very helpful.
These ladies
in
right
making
on
these things happen.
Yeah, we've
Thank you guys.
we've got a great deputy city manager that's tracking that very well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any? We're on public comments. I think, was John Monjoy supposed to speak? Well, public comments, was John supposed to say? We could leave, yeah. Can we start?
John Manjoli,
Yeah.
followed by Marion Civil.
John Manjoey, 2050 Madison Drive, Northeast, Palm Bay, Florida. I wanted to thank a lot of people, Mike and Claudia, for the excellent reports and studies that they've done. Mary Ann, she's more important to me, but you don't know that.
I do. I'm not going to say she's more important, but just as equally important, John.
But and all the city staff under Suzanne. Turkey Creek has been referred to as the jewel of Palm Bay. We can put Palm Bay on the map even more by taking care of Turkey Creek. The restoration program that they have outlined is massive. I may not be here for the conclusion. That's how massive it is. But it's going to take a lot of time, it's going to take a lot of money, and it's going to take a lot of planning and effort. And I think the study done by Geosyntec is a great start. They're identifying many areas that we can work on and identifying the places that we can get money because it takes money. And I want to appreciate your support because without city council support, this doesn't happen. So you guys, I think, realize the importance. I want you to keep supporting us. And, I've been 51 years in Palm Bay. That's a long time. I've lived on Turkey Creek for 20 plus years, but I've moved inland. Marianne is still on Turkey Creek. She's the eyes and ears. We have to just keep working, keep meeting. It's going to take many years, and don't get discouraged. We'll push on our side, but we need you guys to help out. And with that, I'll just say, thanks to the city staff, city council, and Mary Ann, most important. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Mary Ann?
Mary Ann Civil, 1301 Lichty Street in Northeast Palm Bay. As John said, we've been working on Turkey Creek restoration for a long, long time. And seed for this study was through a meeting between city staff, John and myself, and other departments within the city. And it's only through that collaboration that we approached Randy Fine. So thank you, Representative Fine, for the monies to complete this study, because we realized we had been spinning our wheels for so long and didn't have a real overarching set of plans to move the creek restoration forward. So we think we have it with this study. We'd like to thank also city staff. They've been great with working with the stakeholders in the Turkey Creek area, and also Geosyntech and Applied Ecology. Excellent, keeping everyone informed so that we can disseminate the information to the citizens that are stakeholders in the area. And also Melbourne-Tillman Water Control District. They have Rick Nipper and Mike McCabe. Rick just started with the organization, but he's very knowledgeable. And also Mike McCabe is the engineer for Melbourne-Tillman. So I think bringing all the stakeholders together with the city is important moving forward. As Dr. Harden said, there's so much grant money out there right now. And I know Joan is working on this, Suzanne is working on this. It's really important while the monies are available to get the most bang for the city's buck. So if you can move that forward and approve this study and move forward with some of the recommendations that are in the study, it would really do a lot for restoring Turkey Creek. And as John said, Turkey Creek is really a money maker for the city. You have a lot of resources in that area. You have 2 boat ramps. You have huge fishing piers throughout the area, which are used quite a bit, I can tell you that. So even with the sale of the marina, which they're doing some work there now, we expect that that whole area will be a driving force for the city. So thank you very much for your support, and I hope you move forward with the recommendations.
Well, Miss Mary Ann, the first thing we should all be saying is we thank you for your leadership. We thank you for keeping those lines of communications with our stakeholders open and all the work that you put into investing in our city. And you have a council, I can tell you, that identifies and understands the great potential that we have at the Turkey Creek and the growth, the future growth. So thank you for your hard work, and thank you, John, as well. Really appreciate all you do. Next public speaker. Yeah.
Mr. Tamblin, followed by Bill Batten.
Good evening, all. Hope everybody's doing well tonight. I'd like to just start off with, I'm Tim Bland, 1992 Winbrook Drive, Southeast, and you all have seen me here quite a few times.
Carry on, sir. I just want to make sure that no one's interrupting you.
Okay.
Carry on.
Okay. I just looked at the agenda today, this afternoon, actually, after a meeting, and saw that we have 3 council members that voted for the same candidate as their number 1 choice, without a signature, without a witness. So, in my mind, that's interesting and somewhat disturbing. So, I agree with the mayor on his position on the signature and the witness. Gosh, I mean, first thing that comes to my mind is collusion. So anyway, we'll set that aside. So on tonight's agenda, we have some rezoning and designated use items on your public hearings. Specifically 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This is all building stuff. Where are these people going to recreate in Palm Bay? Where are they going to shop here in Palm Bay? How will our infrastructure support this huge developments going on around here? Police, fire, EMTs, water, sewer, etc. How are we addressing that? You know, you've got, I drive around the city and I see nothing but new homes being built on previously overgrown lots. But I don't see any roads being developed. I don't see any new fire departments being built or police stations being built. How are we going to protect all these people? It's going to be 250,000 before you know it. And lastly, I just want to remind the council that the Arnold Palmer designed golf course is still there. And it would be a great idea to have activities for our youth. Look what's going on with youth across this country. It's craziness. It's craziness. There was a golf course resurrected down in by Palm Beach by the president of the PGA. He was an ex-executive at several banks. He raised $55 million on his own, privately, to buy this course and resurrect it, redevelop it, and his focus was on junior programs. Come on, we got to start thinking about this stuff around Palm Bay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I know for some what I'm going to address is going to create hate and discontent, but what's unusual, that's what I do all the time. Right? President of the United States has announced that the special actions for COVID is over. I thought it was over several years ago, but here we stand. Because of that, that's what allowed us to start having phone conversations, Zoom council meetings, and audience not present to face their elected officials. So I think it's about time we stop holding meetings by telephone where only 20% of what's being said can be heard and understood. If you can't make it to the meeting, I understand that. That's the process. But this ability to have meetings from a home where we can't see our elected officials conducting business needs to stop. Or there's a solution to that. Have it so that the citizens can also call in and address you the same way that you're having politicians call in and address us. Make it equal. The same action for one should be the action for the other. That being said, make it equal, and I'd prefer that the equal be you come to chambers, because during COVID, I came to chambers as soon as you let me through the door, and I wouldn't miss the meeting so I could address my council, even though council was still conducting it from their homes. I sat in the audience right here, empty chairs with nobody. That being said, COVID's over. Let's get back to conducting business in the chambers the way politicians should. Thank you very much.
Ms. Lisa Renzo, followed by Randall Olszewski.
Hi, my name's Lisa Renzo. I live at 938 Jetty Street, Northeast. I'm here because I have a concern about code. My neighbor has, the person lives at 950 Jetty Street, and they have a fence that's falling down and it's damaging my fence. And their animals, their pit bulls are getting out. I've called the police numerous times, but I mean, they have more important things to do. And I've called animal control. And the first time was like in March. And then I just called again. And when I called code, I think it was on the 3rd, to ask what was going on with the situation, they said it was closed. And I said, how do you close a case? And I took a picture down, went down, got off the phone and took a picture. And they said the person who was out doing, the inspection stuff closed the case. But you have a fence that's being held up by sandbags, tires, and it's leaning up against my fence, which is bulging my fence and damaging my fence. And I mean, now they have 2 cars in the park, in their driveway, and then they have a truck that's in the front of the place, front of the house, and now they're parking in front of my house, which is damaging my yard in the front. And I'm just wondering, I mean, they're supposed to be there Friday, I guess, check the situation out again. But I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I pay taxes and I shouldn't have to live like that, or nobody else should have to live like that. With dogs running around, you go up to your front door, you got a pit bull standing behind you. And our next door neighbor, her mother was walking their dog, and she's like 70 years old. And if it wouldn't be for my security going off on my cameras, we would have never known she was out there being attacked by, she wasn't bitten. The dog went after the other dog, but she had to swing it around with the leash and stuff like that. So I'm just concerned because, I mean, right now there's a fence that's down, it's damaging my my property. Who pays for that? I mean, if it's their fence knocking my fence down, and I mean, because they're not maintaining their property, I mean, I shouldn't have to pay to get it repaired. I'm just, just concerned about, what's going on. I mean, when I first moved here, it was different. You had to maintain, you couldn't have to have a pontoon sitting in your driveway. Now it's alongside their house. I mean, you have cars that don't even run that are sitting there. I shouldn't have to bring my value of my home down, because they're not taking care of their home. So that's just my concern, so.
Well, I appreciate you showing up, ma'am, and city manager, I know, took your name and address. Would you mind getting the card for the deputy city manager here? And we'll have code readdress that. Now, animal services, that's a Brevard County issue.
Yeah, well, I called
but we
a couple times, but I mean, understand they're probably shorthanded, but I mean, I've had a person come paint my home, and at the time they had a little.
Stay on the
little
mic,
dog.
ma'am. Stay on
I'm
the
sorry.
mic.
I had someone paint my home, and the dog was just a little dog, and he went through he bit the person who's painting my home and repairing my air conditioner. So I mean, their dogs are coming to my property. Now I got a pit bull. No, they have 3 pit bulls and an old dog, and I don't even know what happened to the little dog.
Yes, ma'am. Maybe we could help direct, highlight that for animal services.
So,
Thank you, ma'am.
you're welcome.
Appreciate you coming and sharing your thoughts.
Randall?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council. Randall Olszewski, 348 Brook Edge Street Northeast. It's good to come here this evening and actually have a meeting take place. I'm very excited to be able to attend. I come here humbly as not only your neighbor, but in my capacity as the chair of the Citizens Budget Advisory Board. Now, the board has asked me to compose a letter asking you the question I'm about to ask you, and I'll do that as a follow-up. But if you guys know me, I'm better with the vocal words, if anything else. So the board at this point is pleading to you, council, for direction as to what the purpose of the board is and how you feel the best way to exercise that purpose would be, and what information we can provide you to empower you to take care of the fiscal year budgeting process, which is very soon yet to begin. Now, the fiscal year budgeting process for the fiscal year that'll start in 2023 and run through into 2024, that process starts next month, the month of May, and there's different workshops and things of the sort that, you'll have a calendar coming before you. But the nuance of this year's calendar is an additional charter amendment, besides the one that was worn out ad nauseum this evening, is it gives you guys a June vacation. Now, the Citizens Budget Advisory Board doesn't plan to take vacation. We'll still meet that second Wednesday of the month. We meet the second Wednesday of the month right here in this council chamber for all those citizens that are listening. But we don't know what to do with that meeting time to, again, empower you in your lack of time and ability to meet and actually go through the material and provide a suggestion. So the only thing we've been able to do to date is turn to precedent. And in the recent past fiscal years, the board has more or less provided a recommendation of whether you should exceed the cap that's instituted within the charter or not. And that has been essentially the primary theme of the message that has been delivered historically. That's until last year's fiscal year when we came with a budget with a statement that basically said we couldn't render an opinion on that because we didn't feel like that was the ask. We felt as though the ask was to educate ourselves on the budget, create a forum for the citizens to understand the budget further, and to advise you as a council how to move further in the budget. But our bylaws really hamstring us in the form that all of the resolutions are meant to come to us as a budget advisory board after they have been reviewed and given to you and passed by you. So after you've already passed it, then you send it to us to take a look at it and advise you on it. That's counterintuitive, council. We'd like to see that changed. We are in our means to change it within our bylaws, but of course, we wouldn't just change the bylaws if they wouldn't be executed upon. Now, the last section of the bylaws, section 10, allows for the dissolution of the board at council's pleasure, and council has attempted to exercise that and said it's because they're not getting anything from us. We need clear direction. So this is an official in the public light plea for direction, and I will, of course, follow up with a letter in the public forum. But again, I do want to address my neighbors and say, come visit us, second Wednesday of the month, 6 o'clock. We're changing our meeting time right here in the council chambers. We can talk budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kenneth Delgado. Cornelius Tillman.
Ken Delgado, 154 Angelo Road, Southeast. Council members, usually they say as emotions run high, intelligence runs low, and I think the emotions are already gone now. And so, some of you had some questions as far as how do you go through all this. Actually, I'm here to pray for Randy Foster, but on a side note, you might look at Romans chapter 14. That may answer some of your questions, along with Acts chapter 5 for the two that question. Romans 14, Acts chapter 5 may help you in deciding it. And if you want to talk at any time, happy to take you out for a cup of coffee, and maybe that'll clear some things up for you. But I'm here to pray for Randy Foster. Randy Foster is a member of this dais, and the Bible does say pray one for another, and we do pray for everyone here. Again, on a side note, just remember, if you feel like someone has fallen short, remember we all fall short at some point in time, and we all have to forgive each other, and we have to restore each other, and it's just part of the process of humanity. But bringing up Randy Foster, who has improved greatly, I saw him today again, and happy to report that he looks so much better. And I'd just like to take a moment to pray for him, if that's permissible. Is that permissible?
Public comment. You could say whatever you like, sir.
Amen. Father, we do thank you for Council Member Randy Foster. We thank you for saving his life. We thank you for the mandates that you gave him while he thought he was going to go be with you. We thank you that you have spared his life. Grace and mercy is towards him as it is towards all of us as we walk this walk of love. I'm asking that you continue to quicken the healing time, that you bring restoration, even as I pray today, that his kidney is fully functioning, and that everything is working together for good, that he is walking out of the hospital whole and of sound mind and sound body. I'm asking that you quicken your word in his life, and that you bring power, resurrection life, and healing power to his body, and that you surround him with your angels, and that peace would overshadow him. Thank you for his position. Thank you for his tenacity to want to fulfill his duty. Thank you for all that he's done in laying down his life for so many people and continues to do so. We thank you for Randy. Thank you for continued health in Jesus' name. Amen. God bless you all.
With 15 seconds to spare. Next speaker.
Mayor, this concludes.
That concludes public comment. Oh, did you not call? You called him. Did you? Are you? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and
Carry on,
council
sir.
and all the citizens. This
Hey,
is,
speaking to the mic, sir.
I said thank you all. This is basically a proposal. We've been talking about jobs. We've been talking about money. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna introduce you to two patents I have. Okay? The first patent.
Speaking to the mic, sir.
The first patent is a medical alert. I'm quite sure all of you are familiar with medical alerts. This patent is the medical alert. It's different from any medical alert on the market. 3 ways that you can use a medical alert to get assistance. One is when you fall, they send a message out to an operator, and they send somebody out to your house. Once they get to your house, they have to have a key to get in. or they have to contact somebody to bring a key to get in, or they break down the
Sir,
door,
speaking to the mic, don't.
or they break down the
address-
door.
Address council.
Okay. Or they break down the door. So our government, they gave me this patent, which alleviates breaking down your door. It alleviates someone having a key, and it alleviates anybody having a lockbox on the door. With this patent, when you fall or you summon for help, your door automatically opens. Our government uses these, they sponsor them, they pay for them. But with this patent, we could bring jobs to this community. It's $1 billion industry. I propose that we look into this and see what we can do. This other patent is a patent for a tool, which most construction workers, automotive in the automotive industry, just about anybody that uses a tool would want this. It's called a 90-degree socket adapter. It's for confined areas where people are busting their knuckles trying to unscrew a fastener. Okay? This one hasn't been proven, but this one has. I have all the paperwork on it to tell you who's making the most money off of it. But we need to get this here and knock them down a bit. We need to do this. At least that's my opinion. Okay?
Thank you, sir. That concludes public comments. Hopefully an investor heard you, sir. So now we've got public hearings number 1, Ms. Smith.
Ordinance 2023-14, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the side 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 20, Lot 777, Port Malabar Unit 16, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 15, pages 84 through 98 of the public records of Brevard County, Florida, and illegally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask the applicant to present their case. Is the applicant here? Seeing none, council? Anyone, any comments?
No, sir, not for this.
Okay. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by
Second.
Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. Is Councilman Foster on the line?
No, he has disconnected.
Copy that, ma'am. So I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We're on item number 2. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2023-17, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 17, Land Development Code, Chapter 185, Zoning Code, Subchapters, District Regulations, and Conditional Uses, by modifying provisions related to self-storage facilities, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing. I'm going to ask Councilman Johnson.
Yes, Mayor, I'll be brief.
Yes,
As it passed unanimously last council meeting. This is just to make sure self-storage facilities, when they come before us, we're looking at proper locations and proper areas within the City of Palm Bay. And that's pretty much it. If there's any other questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Thank you. Any questions, Councilman Johnson?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. I will say before I call the vote, great job. Really appreciate all your hard work in this and in particular staff. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-0. Item number 3, Ms. Smith.
Ordinance 2023-18, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, redefining and establishing the territorial and corporate limits of the City of Palm Bay, Florida, providing for the city clerk to file said redefinition of the city's boundaries with the State of Florida, Secretary of State, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing and Ms. Leffler.
Yes, Mayor, this is a final reading of the ordinance, and upon enactment, the legal description will be incorporated into the city charter and recorded with the Florida Department of State.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-0. Item number 4.
Ordinance 2023-19, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title III, Administration, Chapter 34, Human Resources, Subchapter, General Provisions, by including provisions for a general background check requirement and a special criminal history background check, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
I'm going to open up the public hearing and Ms. Sherman.
Thank you, Mayor. This is final reading for an item that will essentially change our ordinance to allow us to use a different background system. We have to comply with state statutes, and this will help us accomplish that. Thank you.
Copy that. Thank you, ma'am. Any questions, Council? Anyone in the audience wish to speak? Step right up. Master Chief Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. This just I understand the process and why you're doing it. There's no doubt it's not a good idea. But it generates a couple of questions when you're looking for background checks, you're looking for felony, you're looking for misdemeanors, you're looking for what action are you're going to get all of that information. What I didn't see anything in there is once you get that background check, did you have any guidelines to say, well, you had a bad incident in your life? You aren't going to be considered for employment or something else within the city. I just didn't see any guidelines of where this was going to lead. So it leads back into the thing of you've done something wrong, you've done your time, you served it. Are you now back into being a good citizen or an asset to society? Or is this your actions from when you were 13 years old going to be something that follows you to your 90? That's why I didn't see any guideline in there what it was going to be accomplished, right? So after you serve your time, we're a society of forgiveness. I'm kind of hoping that someplace in there you're going to see that, because I promise you, if you look hard enough, even if you weren't caught, just about everyone has done something that would have been detrimental in their, let's say, their political eye if they would have been caught. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Sherman, you wanted to take a stab at answering some of that?
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is we have different standards for different positions, and public safety sensitive positions, for example, might have a higher threshold in terms of what we can accept for an applicant and their background. If you'd like more details on that, I can certainly have our HR director share with you what those are for specific types of positions. I just don't have them tonight to go through. But yes, understand the question. So
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. Any additional discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-0. Item number 5.
Ordinance 2023-20, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 5, Legislative, Chapter 50, Public Hearings, by modifying provisions related to public hearing notices, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Madam Sherman.
Thank you, Mayor. The gist of this is essentially the changes to our ordinance that allows us to put public hearing notices on a website instead of using a publication based on the state law changing recently. So we're just reflecting those changes in our ordinance through this action.
And this is to work in conjunction with the Brevard County Board of County Commissioners website?
Yes, I believe that is the intention, to use the county website for all local government public hearing.
And saving X amount of dollars.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was another Representative Fine initiative. Anyone in the audience wish to speak? Yes. Yes, sir. Step forward.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. It's nice that we're hearing that it's going to be the county's website, but because I went through the entire packet and I couldn't find out where that is, because I sometimes use the newspaper and I get the public hearing and I know about it just for one, just another access. I don't know what that website is, so that would be nice to know if it was in the agenda packet. And this would be a perfect example of it for item number 12 and 13. This would be another time where they have to readdress it, and it's just a publication that goes on the website and will save money. But if you don't know where to look, you don't get that little flyer that says, oh, we're having a public hearing on this one. Public needs to know. Because how many people actually go to the county's website to look for what's happening in Palm Bay? Thank you very much.
Yeah, and Master Chief, the way it's supposed to work also is every municipality of those that are going to partner, they'll chip in and have someone monitor that and be able to pass on that information. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Passes 3-0. Item number 6.
Ordinance 2023-21, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the fiscal year 2023 budget by appropriating and allocating funds identified in Exhibit A, consisting of 6 pages and incorporated in its entirety herein. Recognizing that such appropriations must be made pursuant to the Code of Ordinances of the City of Palm Bay, Chapter 35, adopting, ratifying, confirming, and validating the allocations, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Madam Sherman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is final reading for the second budget amendment. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Council? Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, second by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Passes 3-0. We are now on item 7. I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask Ms. Sherman.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is the consideration of a development agreement with KB Homes regarding Waterstone phases 2 and 3, gardens at Waterstone's phases 2 and 3. Essentially, as you have seen in other development agreements, we will have a series of items in the agreement that basically provide guidance on what the developer is responsible for improving as it pertains to the impact of their development. And in this particular case, there are a series of roadway improvement type activities that are outlined in the agreement that is attached to this item. There's a table that includes the essentially the proportionate fair share items that are a portion of the cost for different things, including signalization at several spots along Babcock and roadway extension items related to Mariloma Boulevard. Probably the most significant item on this is the requirement to construct the Babcock and Mariloma signal, which is a significant need in that area, as you're aware. And this is triggered by this development. There's also a requirement to restore damaged areas of Mariloma Boulevard that may occur from the development activities. And staff has also informed me that a representative of KB Homes is here as well if you are interested in speaking with them or hearing from them. Otherwise, that's my report on this item.
Ma'am, is this also the alignment of that St. John's Heritage as well?
You're talking about Journey Drive further south. This is a different item as I understand it.
Okay. All right, as you were. As I'm looking at it, it seems like.
Yeah, this development is a little further north.
Further north. Carry on. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item?
Thank you. Jake Wise, civil engineer for the project. Business address is 2651 West Oak Alley Boulevard. This has been about 3 years in the making. You may remember me standing before you 3 years ago. We had about 1,200 acres of master plan development going on with lots of phases of lots of different projects. This specific phase volunteered to construct that traffic signal and asked it to be a condition of our approval. So here we are 3 years later. The project is well under construction. We're following through with our commitment to install that traffic signal, which is the biggest item, as Ms. Sherman identified, at Mariloma and Babcock Street, which is right next to Sunrise Elementary School. If you've ever tried to make a left turn onto Babcock Street in the AM peak hour, it's almost impossible. We happen to have a neighborhood meeting Monday night on another project that will be coming before you. And we mentioned at that meeting from front of about 40 neighbors that traffic signal was approved and starting to be constructed, and there was an applause. So it is very well received. It also includes 4 other intersection improvements, includes bonding in case there's any damage to Mariloma from construction from the project. It's really a well thought out, thorough developers agreement. We're very excited after all this time to bring it back to you because it was our commitment from the beginning of the project. We worked very closely with staff to get to this point. So happy to answer any questions you have, but just wanted to bring you back through the kind of history of how we got here.
Any questions, Council? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item?
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Just briefly, staff has clarified for me. I looked at it too quickly. I saw St. John's Heritage Parkway, also known as Journey Drive, for part of their development. So they are improving that section too, just to clarify that.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
Motion to approve the development agreement between the City of Palm Bay and KB Home Orlando LLC.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-0. We are now number 8. Madam Smith.
Yes, the following items are quasi-judicial in nature. Public hearings, agenda items numbers 8, 10, and 11. Any person who wishes to testify on such a matter must sign a speaker card which contains a sworn oath to tell the truth. Any individual addressing the council must state his or her name and confirm that a speaker card has been signed. Attorneys who are appearing on behalf of a party and not providing testimonial evidence are not considered witnesses and need not be sworn. Counsel to disclose any ex parte communication by disclosing the subject matter of the communication and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place. The order of this proceeding will be as follows. First, the applicant will make his presentation, followed by staff comments, followed by any aggrieved or adversely affected party, and each will have a maximum of 30 minutes. Any speaker may be subject to cross-examination by the council or any other interested party. Any other person may speak for a maximum of 3 minutes. The applicant will then be allowed concluding remarks for a maximum of 10 minutes. Quasi-judicial body may modify the time limits on its own motion or upon request of a party to the proceeding. The hearing will then be closed and no additional testimony or argument will be allowed. The council will then deliberate in public. At the end of deliberation, a council member will make a motion on the application to bring the matter to a vote. Every council member is then free to vote in favor or against the motion.
I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask the applicant to present their case.
Thank you. Jake Wise, business address is 2651 West O'Galley Boulevard again. Oh, thank you.
You might as well just keep it up.
Yeah, I was going to say, we have half a basketball team behind me here.
Yes, sir.
So
power forward.
That's right. So obviously I come before you on a lot of projects. This is one of the most exciting ones that I've ever been a part of, and I couldn't be happier to be here tonight. I'm going to speak very briefly because the experts are here with me to speak about the project, but tonight is the first major milestone step, but it's only the first step for this project to come to fruition and be able to come, two projects actually, to come to Palm Bay. What we're asking for tonight is simply a vote to allow our final plat to move forward. We're taking about a 120-acre campus for L3 Harris, Palm Bay Road. We're creating 3 lots, 1 lot for a project called Samtee, a 2nd lot for a 2nd project called Leo, and the rest of the campus would be the 3rd lot. So that's all we're asking for tonight. But it's, as I said, the first step to a much bigger projects or plural projects. Just briefly, we meet all the requirements of the plat. We have the staff recommendation in the report, staff recommendation at the Planning and Zoning Board, unanimous recommendation of approval from the Planning and Zoning Board. And that being said, I'd like to introduce Jason Lambert. He can give you a lot more details about the project.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Medina, Deputy Mayor Felix, Councilman Johnson. Thank you for taking time this evening. I'm Jason Lambert, Vice President of Operations for the Space and Airborne Systems segment, which is one of the 3 business segments of L3 Harris. L3 Harris is the largest aerospace and defense company in Florida and the state's 8th largest business. Florida is home to a significant number of L3 Harris operations, is the center of the company's research and development activities, and has been headquartered in Brevard County since 1978. L3 Harris employs over 8,400 employees in the state of Florida, with over 7,200 of those employees in Brevard County and over 4,300 in the city of Palm Bay. Our employees are proud to call Brevard County home, and we thank the city of Palm Bay for the fantastic collaboration and partnership over the past decades. L3 Harris and our employees are also committed to the community and have made in excess of $9 million in donations to Brevard County charities since 2019. L3 Harris is growing in 2 ways, both inorganically through acquisition and organically through expansion of our existing business franchises. First, I'll discuss inorganic growth, or our major recent acquisition activity. In January 2023, L3 Harris completed the $2 billion acquisition of Viasat's Link 16 assets. Now, Link 16 is a secure, jam-resistant, and high-speed line used by NATO to communicate across domains. Second, in December of 2022, L3 Harris announced intent to acquire Aerojet Rocketdyne in an all-cash transaction valued at $4.7 billion. Aerojet Rocketdyne is a proven provider of world-class propulsion systems and energetics to the Department of Defense, NASA, and other partners and allies worldwide. Aerojet Rocketdyne has a 100-year heritage of delivering some of the most significant moments in space exploration and discovery, while also leading the industry with investments in rocket propulsion that supports America's warfighters and enhance integrated defense. The cash acquisition will be funded with a combination of L3 Harris cash and the issuance of new debt. The deal is expected to close in 2023, subject to required regulatory approvals and clearances and other customary closing conditions. So that's the inorganic growth. Next, I'd like to talk about our organic growth and how L3 Harris would like to continue to partner with the City of Palm Bay on 2 exciting projects. First is L3 Harris Space Systems. It's our fastest growing business within the Space and Airborne Systems segment. We have Project LEO, which we're talking about tonight. Now, Project LEO stands for Low Earth Orbit, and it also stands for Leo the Lion, the constellation. And we had a naming actually competition with our employees, and the employees selected Project LEO as the name to represent our business as the fierce protector of our nation's defense. This facility will be used to produce satellite constellations focused on national defense and interests for multiple U.S. government agencies, such as the Space Development Agency, Air Force, and other classified customers. This factory, which we'd ideally like to build on our Palm Bay campus, will represent an investment of over $60 million. Hopefully we can maintain the costs and keep them to a minimum. Approximately 100 new jobs with an average salary in excess of $100,000 per position. Second, I'm going to talk about L3 Harris's intelligence and cyber business. We have a project called SAMT, which stands for Secure Advanced Manufacturing Technology. The new Intel and Cyber Factory will be a state-of-the-art facility supporting unique advanced manufacturing technologies, allowing opportunities for market expansion into other advanced mission applications. This factory, which again we would like to ideally build on our Palm Bay campus, will represent an investment in excess of, or I'll say approximately $75 million, that's our estimate, with approximately 100 new jobs, each with an average salary, again average, in excess of $100,000 per. So 2 independent projects, one $60 million rough cost, one $75 million, each have approximately 100 new jobs each, and the average salary for those jobs again is north of $100,000. So why are we here tonight? What is our strategy, and what is L3 Harris's request from the city? So tonight we're requesting approval for subdividing our existing Palm Bay campus into 3 lots. Our intent is to take vacant land on our current lot and parse it out into 2 new plats, one for Project Leo and one for the Project SAMT. And you can see those carve-outs actually are the squares shown on the graphic. Now, as I mentioned, L3 Harris is invested in acquiring new companies as part of our growth strategy. Those acquisitions, $2 billion and one in excess of $4 billion, required a significant amount of both cash as well as debt financing. For Project Leo and Project SAMT, our business needs to make the economics of our business case work. And with that, we have 2 areas we're pursuing. The first is we're looking to engage in agreements with third-party investors to invest in these buildings, opposed to using L3 Harris cash or debt financing. Now, in these cases, our investors would finance the construction of the new factories, and L3 Harris would make lease payments to the building over time. In order to enable these lease transactions, however, we first need to subdivide our plat to break out these 2 carve-outs, one for Project Leo and one for Project SAMT. Now, the other factor associated with the economics of our business case to construct these in Palm Bay will be property tax abatements, but those will be discussed in more detail at a later date. However, I did want to formally signal that L3 Harris has an intent to apply for those. On behalf of the many L3 Harris stakeholders, our employees, our customers, our suppliers, our owners, and our community here in Palm Bay, we thank you for your consideration. And at this time, I'd like to invite Jake Wise from Construction Engineering Group and Troy Davidson, Senior Manager from L3 Harris Facilities, to join me, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
So first of all, thank you for your investment in Palm Bay. Really appreciate that. The first thing is, you said SAMT was going to be $60 million investment?
Sir,
There's
2 projects.
Oh,
So the
both projects.
So first one I'll talk first is Project Leo. This is for our space business. The estimated cost of the facilitization for this is estimated around $60 million. Unfortunately, our estimates are growing in that regard. We're trying to get them managed, but it's going to be around 60 or plus. That particular project, that's for our space business, 100 new jobs that'll be created through that. And the jobs, again, 100K, over 100K each. The second project is the SAMT. That project is estimated to cost roughly $75 million. Has some specific aspects of the facility and what we're going to be building there. And that, again, that project independently will have an additional roughly 100 jobs, and those jobs will be in excess of 100,000 each.
Amazing.
It's very exciting. I mean, this is the hub of our business. You know, you think about what we have the opportunity to do here for our customers, for the community, for national defense, and to grow our business here. And we'd love the opportunity to do it here. We've got our headquarters here. We've got our base of research and development here. And I was asked a question earlier today from an individual about what could this potentially mean for growth down the road. You know, and I'd say the reason we want to build these here is we've got existing land that's undeveloped, frankly. We have several buildings on our campus, but we're going to put these buildings on essentially vacant lot, right? So this is going to be new spaces. They're going to pop up in those locations where today we don't have anything that exists really other than just vacant lot. And so what could come in the future from this? Potentially more growth. We'll see. But, you know, we'd love to be able to do that here where we have our center and our headquarters. Now we've got a broad manufacturing network as well with suppliers that help support all this too. So we do have other options, and we're going to look at these two independently. So maybe another part of our strategy tonight's request on the approval for breaking or subdividing our land, we decided to do that in one request just for efficiency's sake, rather than to come in with two separate requests. And the reason we wanted to do that is we're going to look at the financing for each of these projects in parallel, but the business case for each of these projects, Project Leo and Project SAMT, they stand alone. So we're going to make a business decision on proceeding and where to go build those. It will be an independent decision on each of those. But again, we thought from a efficiency perspective, it made sense to come forth to the council and to the city with the request to subdivide the land with one request.
And these jobs that you're estimating,
yes, sir,
they don't include the off-site jobs. They
No,
don't include the independent businesses that are going to prosper, and those businesses you're going to foster with other contracts.
those will all be accretive to the numbers I mentioned.
That'll all just be lifting up our whole economy and
yes, sir,
and our job creation capacity here within the city of Palm Bay.
Yes, sir. I mean, we're going to, these jobs are a mix of engineering talent, and they're going to be a mix of also manufacturing technicians with very high-end type of technologies that we have to build there. And then all the support functions that go into running a factory. So the factory management, the quality assurance, materials management, and all the support functions that go into that. But the jobs I mentioned, those are specific to L3 Harris as our employees. It does not include the support for the surrounding what would happen as a result of that, the accretive growth that would happen, or from other suppliers or small businesses in the area.
Well, sir, I have to tell you, I'm excited about this. I have to tell you, this council has been really pushing items like this, and I'm sure Jake might have briefed you how excited the mayor was going to be with this opportunity of you investing not only in our city, but investing in the lives in our city, investing in the people in our city with great paying jobs and great opportunities. But I can go on for days, sir, and I'm going to yield to Councilman Johnson and then to Deputy Mayor Felix.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll be brief because I disclosed I spoke with you earlier. And one of the questions you just answered, I'm glad you answered in regards to jobs and the salaries. But the other question I asked you, and you mentioned future growth, and I'll ask you again.
Yeah.
Have y'all considered either now or in the future potentially, if you look at L3 Harris and the campus around it, there's a lot of parking lots all throughout. So there's a lot of area potentially where you can build.
Yeah.
So have y'all looked at potentially a parking garage or something along that scope?
We haven't had the need to do that yet.
Yes, sir.
We have the space available, but as we think down the road of what the space we have to utilize, should there be a need for that down the road, that would be a logical potential step if we needed to, again, carve out space within the campus or the facility, but we haven't had the need to do that thus yet.
Yes, sir.
In fact, we've got, it's nice that our facilities planners have actually gone through and looked at within our campus and the many buildings we have on that campus, we do have the ability to do these carve outs to create new. So it's two new exciting projects.
Thank you for answering again.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you so much. I mean, I don't necessarily always agree with Mr. Wise, but I can tell you most time I do. But I do agree with him when he said he's never been excited about a project as is tonight. So I would echo that. This is awesome. This is great. Quickly, you throw quite a few numbers at us.
Yes.
As far as jobs, current job.
Yes.
And you mentioned 72 overall employee in
Brevard.
In Brevard.
Yes, sir.
And 4,300
in the city of Palm Bay. Yes,
all they live in the city, or just the campus in Palm Bay?
That's employees that work at the campus. I don't have the data set to their home addresses, but that's the city with those are folks that come to work or have even if they're remote work but those are employees of L3 Harris on our Palm Bay campus. Yep. And the other big pieces, of course, are Melbourne and Malabar.
I was truly hoping they were all Palm Bay residents. So that's kind of where I was taking with that. And to piggyback on Councilman Johnson's question regarding new acquisition.
Yes.
You ever heard of the compound? A little place on the southwest where we have about 3,900 acres vacant land open. So in terms of expansion, so just keep that in mind. Tons of land out there, and we would love to maybe expand in the southwest area of the city. So something maybe you can bring it up to the chain of command and see.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'll have my team investigate that. Well, always good.
Mr. is very aware of that area, so maybe he can feed you more with more information about that. So we're certainly looking for great partners, great community partners to help us build that area.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
One step at a time, sir. One step at a time.
We'll take it off.
one step. Deputy Mayor, are you completed, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Jake hit the nail on the head. We're really excited about this opportunity for growth and moreover, the opportunity to create jobs in our community, good paying jobs.
Yes, sir.
This is bringing, lifting up our city. So thank you so much for investing in us.
We thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor,
Yes, Mayor, Mr. Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. First off, right off the top, beautiful project. Not faulting that at all. Very proud of what they do for our community. But I wouldn't be true to myself or the city if I did not address the fact that they're asking for tax abatement. The whole purpose that you ran on was we need the business to come in to offset the burden from the residents in the city of Palm Bay. There's a multi-billion-dollar company that can't afford to pay its taxes to the city of Palm Bay. I'm not saying they can't. I understand they're being business and that's what they're trying to do. But I have to call it out because they already own the land. Their development's already established. They're trying to build a business that's going to generate funds for them. Why do they need the tax abatement to take it away from the city? Right? I asked at the planning and zoning meeting, I addressed the same question because no place in your packet did it even mention the fact of tax abatement. If they didn't say that themselves, no place does it let the public know that that's what they're considering. That's why I see a little bit of negative with this. Right? We could have put some of those comments that were from the planning and zoning meeting that the public addressed. We could have put that in the packet where this was definitely brought up. The packet was already 1,400 pages long for this week's agenda. We could have put one more page in there that talked about comments from planning and zoning instead of one paragraph, one sentence that says, yeah, they agreed it was a good idea. Okay, just that's food for thought, right? The second thing with this one is when they're trying to piggyback off of their previous project. This is a new project and tax abatement needs to be presented accordingly. And under their own statement at the planning and zoning, they said they were trying to piggyback off of their previous abatement. And that's the only thing I see negative with this. They're planning on spending $130 million investing into the city. I think that's great. The number of employees that they're going to have, that's great. And the salary is great too. But you ran on businesses coming to city to help support our tax base. If you keep giving the tax abatement, what did you accomplish? I agree you accomplished something because the growth in the city is there, but the purpose of tax abatement for business was lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker cards? All right, thank you. Council, any questions? Staff? No?
Just wanted to respond real quick if we could.
Okay.
Just quickly to reiterate, tonight we're only asking for the plat to be approved. It is for two separate projects. They are individual projects. They are for two different aspects of the company's business. It's not piggybacking off of anything else. It has nothing to do with any previous projects. These are their own new standalone projects. We actually expanded our presentation tonight to respond to everything that came up at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting. We didn't want to not respond to anything that was brought up, responded at that meeting, and of course tonight our presentation was more in depth to make sure that council understood everything that was involved. So that being said, two separate projects, $135 million investment, 200 jobs, average salary is over $100,000. That's why I'm excited. So with that being said, be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any other questions, gentlemen? No, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
So moved.
I second it. Motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Mayor Medina. Any additional discussion, gentlemen? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-0. We are now on item number 9.
Ordinance 2023-22. An ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 17, Land Development Code, Chapter 183, Comprehensive Plan Regulations, Section 183.01, Comprehensive Plan, Subsection D, Adoption of Future Land Use Map, by amending the Future Land Use Map, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask the applicant to present their case. I saw you.
I moved.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Kim Rozenka with the law firm of Lacey Lyons Rozenka in Rockledge, Florida. I'm here on behalf of the owner of the property, Babcock and Malabar LLC, and the contract purchaser, Adelon Capital. With me is the engineer of record, Bowman, represented by Shubman Desai, and also with Alberto Kreger with Adelon Capital. This is 3 hearings before you. The first one is relatively simple, but you do need to kind of understand the entire project. It's a 31-acre project, 2 parcels. It starts at Malabar Road, extends to the yellow area that you see there, and then goes all the way over to Babcock. And the road that's the court is Interstate Court that it butts into. This current parcel right now we refer to as Track G2. It's been around a long time. It was intended to provide drainage to quite a few parcels. However, it's never been built up properly. It's never been designed properly. So right now it's open and recreational space. It's drainage space, but it's rec and open space, future land use. The parcel to the north is approximately 24 acres. As I said, it's about 31 acres altogether. And we're trying to get it with a consistent comprehensive plan and a consistent zoning to develop this as a commercial flex space and a proper drainage area and a hotel site. So right now, we're just focused on the 7.43 acre represented in yellow. And as mentioned, this is a rec and open space future land use. We've asked it to go to commercial, just like the other portion of the project, the 24 acre project. There was a community meeting held by the applicant and Bowman. No one showed up, and no one had any comments. At Planning and Zoning, there were no comments either, and Planning and Zoning recommended approval. With that, I would ask approval of the future land use amendment to change the 7.43 acres from rec and open space to commercial. And we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Council? May I ask Alberto something? Is this, Ms. Rosenka, we're talking about this hotel opportunity? Correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, that's actually
part of the...
Part of what we're doing here with this yellow is we're going to be, once we rezone it and change the future land use, there will be a road that goes from Interstate Court to Babcock. That's the intent. Okay. And the
Interstate
hotel will be
Road
right
to
there in that corner. That hotel will be part of this yellow northern section and part of the property above it. But Alberto,
do you, and I know that you deal with a lot of hotels, right? Do you have an idea of which hotel you guys are going to target on this?
No, not for this one.
Not for this one. Do you know, the opportunity for space? You know, like conference room space. Did we share that with the city? Did we share that in the past regarding the city of Palm Bay for that type of space? I just wanted to highlight that level.
Yeah, actually that lot is not going to be developed by us. The hotel is going to be developed by a third party.
Okay.
So yeah, it's going to be that only the lot for the hotel is going to be sold off.
Okay, so you could pass the word on.
Oh yeah.
You could let them know what the motivation is of this council and how excited we would be to have, that type of space.
I'll try to get them here so you can ask them yourself.
Aye, sir. That sounds like a plan. I have to lay this out. This is a wonderful opportunity, but I just have to share what the needs of our city is, right? And so I really appreciate you coming up and at least allowing me to share that opportunity. Did you just recently get married, sir?
I did.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
I thought it was you. Okay, congratulations. That is something to be proud of.
Thanks.
That was all, Albert. I just wanted to highlight the need for our city to have, a hotel with some rentals.
We have it in our minds.
Copy that. Thank you, sir.
Have a good
Good enough. Any speaker cards? Anyone? Okay. Okay. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none. Ma'am, did you want to have any closing comments? I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. Any additional comments, gentlemen? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-0. Congratulations. Item number 10.
Ordinance 2023-23, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Palm Bay by changing the zoning of property from LI, Light Industrial and Warehousing District, and CC, Community Commercial District, to GC, General Commercial District, which property is located in the vicinity south of Malabar Road, east of Interstate 95, and west of Babcock Street, and legally described herein, providing for a change of the zoning map, providing for an effective date.
I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask the applicant to present their case.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. Kim Rozenka, again on behalf of the applicant and owner, Babcock and Malabar LLC and Adelon Capital. With me is the engineer of record, Bowman, and represented by Shubs Desai and Alberto Kreger with Adelon Capital. I've presented you with two documents. Again, these are just a conceptual plan and conceptual renderings. I apologize, we didn't have enough copies for everyone. I hope that you all have them. Good, okay. And this is a portion of the same property that you just approved the future land use amendment. And this is again to try to consolidate the whole 31 acres into a concise and consistent zoning. So we're asking for zoning from community commercial and light industrial to general commercial. You would see from the concept plan, 5.44 acres of this property will stay as drainage. It will be updated to accommodate all of the development and also to accommodate the water it's already taking from interstate court. It shows how that road will go through a portion of it and how part of the hotel site will also be on this property. So in order to create this 31 acre development, we're asking for the change from community commercial and light industrial to general commercial. And again, no one showed up for the community meeting that was held. And on April 3rd, no one at Planning and Zoning had any questions regarding this rezoning, and it was approved unanimously. With that, we would ask the approval of ordinance 2023-23 to change the zoning on 6.459 acres of the subject parcel.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Johnson?
Yes, Mayor, I just have one question. This is what we want to see. But my question, what led to the rezone, pursuing the rezoning? Is it that we've met a threshold in houses in the area, or are we seeing that the market is shifting? Like, can you talk me through that, or is that something applicant could talk through, or?
From my recollections is this flex office space, this zoning of general commercial allows for many different uses that the current zoning doesn't. It will allow for the tradesmen to have their little offices there. It will allow for building services, contractors' offices, wholesale trade, laboratories, and things that aren't allowed in the existing zoning of community commercial. So in order to get the consistent zoning, because we already had the zoning on half of it on the east, to get it on the west to allow the development. As you look at this, and again, this is more to the next item, but if you look at your concept plan, you can see split down the middle, there's a future expansion, assuming we get the change in zoning, because currently the west portion of this property has the different zoning on it, which we're trying to make consistent. It has the community commercial, where we'd like to make it all general commercial to allow for the flexibility of these type of flex spaces. They're calling it Adelon Flex.
Thank you, Mayor. Yep.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, any questions?
No question, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any speaker cards, Deputy Mayor? Just the applicant? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Passes 3-0. Now we're on item number 11. Madam Smith?
Ordinance 2023-24, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Palm Bay by changing the zoning of property from CC, Community Commercial District, to GC, General Commercial District, which property is located in the vicinity south of Malabar Road, east of Interchange 95, and west of Babcock Street, and legally described herein, providing for a change of the zoning map, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask the applicant to present their case.
Good evening again, Mayor, members of City Council. Kim Rosenko with Lacey Lyons Rosenko here on behalf of Babcock and Malabar and the contract purchasers Adelon Capital. With me is Shubman Desai from Bowman and Alberto Krieger with Adelon Capital. This is the third item before you on this same project. Again, it's a 31-acre project to be called Adelon Flex, and also to include a hotel site in the entire project. The idea is to make this a consistent zoning of general commercial to allow the flex space of 200,000 square feet plus a retail building on Malabar Road of 14,000 square feet to accommodate all the retention for this 31-acre project, and to also fix the drainage tract on G2, which is to the south there. There was some discussion at planning and zoning, but just as to what was planned to be there, and the planning and zoning board did agree to recommend approval unanimously. And there was also a community meeting where no one showed regarding this project. So with that, I do want to point out that it will have the Malabar Road entrance. It will have the Babcock Street entrances, 2 entrances. It's intended to have a cut through to Interstate Court to allow the hotel site to use it as well, and also to accommodate traffic that would be generated not to come all from Malabar Road. And with that, we would request approval of ordinance 2023-24 for the rezoning of the 11.66 acres, again, part of the 22.75 acre parcel and the 31-acre entire complex. And we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions, council? No questions, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, did you want to add any comments for staff?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, any speaker cards? Okay, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second. Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Passes 3-0. Congratulations. These are the projects that I believe that the city has been, requesting from our partners and our stakeholders. So thank you for listening to us. We are now on item 14.
Ordinance 2023-26, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 17, Land Development Code, Chapter 170, Construction Codes and Regulations, Subchapter Building Code, by modifying the city's administrative amendments referencing the Florida Building Code, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to ask, I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask Ms. Sherman to present
Thank you, Mayor.
her staff comments.
Yes, just briefly, this is a change to our building code to reflect changes to the state of Florida building code. Nothing overly exciting, just really administrative cleanup. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Council, any questions? Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, second by Councilman Felix. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Passes 3-0. We are now on item number 15. Ms. Sherman, I'm going to open up the public hearing and Ms. Sherman present.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually going to ask Nancy Bunt, our Community and Economic Development Director, to present this item for us.
Well, thank you, Ms. Nancy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the substantial amendment to the city's approved program year 2019, 2020, and 2022 annual action plan for community development block grant funds. I want to summarize the amendments that we're requesting for the public facility improvements, Palm Bay Senior Center, HVAC and chiller replacement. When the bids went out, we've determined that the costs were a lot more than what we had budgeted, and then the time frame for delivery was beyond our August 1st timeline deadline. And so we're looking to reduce the budget by $301,000. We added a new activity, which is the purchase of fire equipment, funding for fire equipment, including but not limited to an air trailer, brush truck vehicle radio, and air pack bottles. And we're adding $300,000 to that budget. There is an additional increase in budget of $1,000 for the new benches at Liberia Park. There was just some additional costs for the installation of those 28 benches. Through our substantial amendment number 4 is through Public Services, the source. They notified the city that they were going to terminate their contract. And so they had a remaining balance of $38,408. We're going to reduce their contract for that amount and add a new item for Public Services, the Palm Bay Police Department Crime Awareness and Prevention Program for $38,408. All of these items were publicly noticed in Florida Today on March 20th, 2023 for the required 30-day public comment period. As of today, there has been no public comments. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Thank you, Miss Nancy, and thank you for your hard work regarding this. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Especially with those air tank trailers and such. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second. I have to beat Councilman Felix every now and then. Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-0. We are now on consent. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, Mayor.
Didn't we move up the procurement campground item, I believe, before consent? Sir?
Did we move it up? As you were? Before consent?
Yes, sir.
As you were, ma'am. Okay. So that is procurement number 1. Oh, this will be a nice one.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Carry on, Ms. Sherman.
Thank you. I would actually like to introduce Juliet Moscone, Deputy City Manager, to provide a presentation and update on the Regional Park Campground.
Hi, Miss Moscone.
Good
Thank you for
evening,
joining
Mayor,
us this
Deputy
evening.
Mayor, and Councilman Johnson. Thank you for having me this evening. I will be joined up here by Matthew Gillespie. He is our consultant from Kimley Horn. So what I wanted to do this evening was to provide you an update on our campground project. As an overview, we have a $1.7 million TDC grant that was awarded in 2018. The scope of the grant is very brief. It's attached to the agenda packet and actually says, provide an RV campground and renovate the Nature Center at Palm Bay Regional Park. Nature Center doesn't have a definition. Up until February of 2023, we were assuming that that meant a building. We actually got clarification from the TDC recently that a nature center can be something as simple as trails with signage to identify the natural environment in the park.
Like a horse trail, did you say?
I think say
Master Chief Batten would love something like a horse trail. Just saying, ma'am. Carry on.
So our current grant expires in September of 2024. However, we can ask for an extension. I did clarify that with the TDC. This project has been going on for some time, so I wanted to give you a timeline and an overview. I'm not going to go through the table in detail, but just a few highlights. We actually did commit impact fees and start the plan development prior to the grant application. Grants are often more successful when you have shelf-ready plans in hand. The grant was actually executed in September of 2018. We did request a one-year extension in 2019 for the groundbreaking, because the groundbreaking actually had to occur in 2019. So we did perform a groundbreaking in October of 2019. We removed about 150 tree species, mainly with staff and rented equipment. In 2020, during the pandemic, Obviously, we faced a lot of challenges, and one of the biggest things that happened, and I'll talk about this more later, is you all approved additional funding for the project, totaling a little over $3.2 million. One of the challenges we ran into is that in late 2021, engineers' estimates started exceeding $4 million. And at that point, we consulted with the city attorney's office, and we also consulted with Fred Springer, an outside legal consultant, who confirmed we could no longer use our continuing contracts. So we went out for a request for qualifications, and we're very pleased to bring on Matthew and his team from Kimley Horn, who have a great deal of campground experience. You awarded their contract in June, and we executed it in August, and they started a feasibility study as their first task in September. We do have some plans. The idea initially was to create a master site plan. And to that end, we do have somewhat of a master site plan. It has many, many elements on it that we know are not currently in budget. We were using our continuing contracts up until $2 million, because at the time that was the Florida statute on when you could use continuing engineering contracts versus going out. So that we hit a roadblock basically in 2019 when we exceeded $2 million. But great news, the legislature increased that threshold to $4 million, and we went back to our continuing contracts to continue the design. But now we're over $4 million, and that's where we've kind of stopped. I do think, and I'm sure our Parks and Facilities Director, who I know is watching, would agree that having one consultant with expertise in campgrounds is absolutely the way to go. And I think you'll see tonight that they bring a lot to the table. But the plans that we do have, unfortunately, are not something that we could put out for bid right now, even if we wanted to. They have a lot of missing elements, to include the electrical plan, and also they show an entrance from St. John's Heritage Parkway onto the campground via a bridge. That does not exist and is not in the budget. So we would need to at least move the campground entrance back, among some other things. Here's kind of a summary of the plans that we do have. We do have an overall civil design, but I really want to draw your attention to the right-hand side. Here's what we need to complete the design. We need full site electrical design. We need some kind of element of a nature center, whether that's just signage. We need roadway entrance improvements, and I'll talk about this more, but essentially that entrance to Fred Poppy Regional Park was original to the park. It is not designed to hold the weight of recreational vehicles, and the turning radius coming out of the park onto Malabar Road is not wide enough to accommodate recreational vehicles. And we worked with the city engineer on that and got some cost estimates. We do have good news on the restrooms, actually. The restrooms on site, because this was originally designed for primitive camping by the Scouts, are to health department code in the quantity of restrooms and showers that we need. So that's a little bit of good news there. And then one of the things we would definitely want to improve is changing the sites to pull-through sites as opposed to back-end sites, which Matthew is going to talk a little bit more about. So funding and expenditures to date, we've spent a little over $200,000 to date, mainly through impact fees, and about $170,000 of that was engineering, primarily engineering that was done before we even applied for the grant award. So to that end, and one thing I want to be clear on, that wouldn't have been reimbursable by the grant either way, okay? We also have a little bit of unencumbered engineering work for the electrical plans. We have the cost of the feasibility study. They actually were ready to submit that to the TDC for grant reimbursement, but I've asked them to hold because there's a clawback provision in the grant. If we request more than $50,000 in reimbursement in the grant, and for any reason do not move forward with it, we would owe that money back to the county. At this point, we're at $49,000 in reimbursement. So we are waiting tonight's council action. All told, the current budget is about $3.2 million. 1.7 is from the TDC grant. About $1 million is from impact fees, both 32907 and 32908 Nexus. And then you all have previously approved, council has previously approved a little over $500,000 from general fund balance reserves into the project. The purpose of the feasibility study and why we started there is because the last council action you all took was in, council took, I should say, was in September of 2020. And at that time, staff presented that we would be building 138 pedestal hookups. We would be doing all the site work, roadway clearing, storm system, signage, hydro seizing, electrical plans, and the nature center for the budget that we requested of $3.2 million. That was 3 years ago, and we have gone through quite a bit globally in that time. So what we really wanted to analyze is what can we do for the budget that we have right now? Is that a true estimate of the scope? And also, how has the market changed? You all know that there is another private RV park that's being developed right across the street on Malabar Road. So we wanted to have an analysis of that. One thing that Kinley Horn was not requested to analyze was the cost of a nature center. And we also wanted to factor in the cost of remaining design work that needs to be done, including any permit fees and utility agreements. So we worked on a construction budget of $2.7 million. For the next few slides, I'm going to turn it over to Matthew.
Thank you. I'm Matthew Gillespie with Kinley Horn, 189 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32801. So as said, we were contracted to do a feasibility study because there's concerns with the number of campsites that could be built with the money that the city had in the grant fund and the total $3.2 million. So what we did is we actually went and we started looking at a couple different other areas. If we looked at local area analysis, the market analysis, we looked at what campgrounds in the area, we looked at what their average rental rates are, what amenities do they offer, you know, what's the capacities, what occupancies are they actually seeing for occupancy rates. So all these different things go into basically doing an assessment to determine what place you could position, you know, doing an RV park at the campground, so at the park. So basically went through, we did some income assessments, we did the competitive analysis, and what we resulted with is that basically out of the outcome, 138 sites was well beyond the budget of the $2.7 million. We knew that going into it. We advertised that. The local area predominantly is all back-end sites, meaning you drive into this campground, you put it in reverse, and you have to back your trailer into the campsites. There's multiple different types. There's back ends, pull-throughs. Pull-through is a little bit more desirable for the less experienced drivers. COVID came out. The average age of camping dropped 10 years in that time period. And so now we have younger families, less experienced campers, people who have learned to live remotely. So they desire pull-throughs. They're longer sites. They rent for a little bit more money. They're a little more desirable. And currently in the area, there's only 33 of the 1,700 sites that are out there that are pull-throughs. So based on our analysis, we're basically recommend pull-throughs instead of the back ends that are in the plans today that were prepared up to this point. Current average rental rates in the area is about $61 a night for the off season. $61 a night. And that's for traditional back ends. So pull-throughs rent for more money than back ends do. They're bigger, more desirable. You're looking at usually occupancy about 81% to about 93% in peak season. So everybody comes to the beach, everybody vacations. We get snowbirds to come down. There's different types of campgrounds that are the short couple day stays. Then we have the snowbirds that are long-term stays. You'll see a lower daily rates for people that are snowbirds, more longer annual stays. They get the discount for staying longer. So as I say, the new competition across the street knows Three Forks, but even it is all back-end sites. They're not providing any pull-throughs, and they have very little amenities as compared to what the park does. So we kind of set ourselves a little bit apart. So $2.7 million, we approximate roughly 45 sites can only be built. That's based on current dollar values. For reference, that's about $57,000 a site to be built. When I first started doing this 6 years ago, 3 years ago, we were building the same sites for about $40,000. So we've seen a 50% increase in the cost to build the same site 3 years later. So the average night rentals for pull-throughs, again, higher, so kind of projecting about $75 per night when the average is about $61 for back ends. Talked about the current trends and the costs running up. Traditional back ends, $55K, pull-throughs, $57,000, $60,000 roughly we're talking about. So estimate about $2.6 million to build 45 pull-through sites. The difference between the Fred Poppy Park and other places is you have a lot of amenities that you don't have to build. So a lot of campgrounds have swimming pools, basketball courts, playgrounds, pickleball, all those things. You already have those here, so you're not having to invest money into building amenities. So not included, as stated by Juliet earlier, was there's park insurance roadway improvements, turning radius upgrades to accommodate for 45-foot long campers, travel trailers. Those dollar figures were provided by the city staff. There's some utility agreement fees that previously were on the books that have to be addressed. And then, as you said, there's a precast bridge to do the new access that is not in those dollar figures. So the alternative is, do you build that entrance as shown? Do you redo and connect to the internal roadway networks? Those type of studies have to be done. So rough order timeline of construction, you're looking at, a month to do 45 sites for surveying, concept planning, additional studies, 10 to 12 months construction time period for a park of that size, and then closeouts and everything 16, 18 months roughly from start of contract to opening date. So it'll take a little bit of time to get through it. So to the point, the extension of the grant would be required because you will not make that date. And then operational personal costs.
So previously, the business plan that was provided when this program was still first proposed, it overall, I'm going to jump to the bottom. It showed a net revenue for the city, even with operational costs. But there are a couple things that I want to note in there. One, there were no personnel costs factored in. At the time, the assumption was that current staffing could handle the operation of the park. Talking to staff now and analyzing just the sheer volume of work that we have in the city, and remember, this was before we acquired, or right around the time we acquired the senior center, Palm Bay Regional Park, and the aquatic center, and going from the operation we have now to a 24/7 operation, I don't believe that we can accommodate operating the campground with our existing staffing without adding any staffing. It also didn't include contracted nighttime security. It's just generally a really good idea to have some kind of security there in the evening. It's much more cost effective to contract that out. So that wasn't included. Of course, we noted it was based on 138 sites. It was based on a rental rate of $30 per day, which I think that we could do significantly better on that. And $15,000 a year in just general retail from having like a camp store, that kind of thing. So that showed a net positive revenue, and I've put those figures up there that were presented back in, I believe, 2017 or 18. So what I asked staff to do was to tell me what they would need to operate the campground, both from a facilities standpoint and also a recreation standpoint. So they kind of gave me that column on the far right, full staffing. So then we pared that down to a moderate and a conservative. I'm showing you the dollar figures and the FTEs in there as well. We used both the moderate and conservative, and we asked Kimley Horn to revise their feasibility study and factor in those figures. And then I also used the same spreadsheet that Parks and Recreation had presented in 2017, 2018 timeframe and added those numbers in as well. Some of the other assumptions in the original business plan had lower occupancy than what the feasibility shows we could obtain, and I've listed those variations in there. It also showed, as I mentioned, an average rental of $30 a night. Now, I know that the feasibility study does show a much higher rate, $61 a night and $75 a night for pull-through. I did want to point out, though, oh, Brian, I hope I do this right. Yes. Okay. These are the rates currently for Brevard County campsites: Manatee Hammock, Lawn Point, and Wickham Park. The highest rate is a seasonal rate for out-of-county residents of $44. Exactly, and that is at Lawn Point, which, if you're familiar with where that is right on the water. So something to think about when we think about the market. You know, yes, are we comparing ourselves to other government-run campsites, or are we comparing ourselves to the private sector? So the summary of the business plan is I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to cut you off, man. Would you happen to know the capacity? Are they at capacity at Long Point?
Unfortunately, I don't have that information.
Just a thought, right?
Yes.
Just to see those seasonal figures. Anyway, thanks.
Yes. There's a lot of moving parts to what a business plan could look like, and I don't want to speculate on what that could be. Ultimately, the feasibility study showed an ROI within 10 years, and it's of course fastest with pull-through sites and with moderate staffing. And when I just played around with the spreadsheet, even at 45 sites, I do think we could generate $500 to $8,000 in revenue per year. But I do also believe that some of our operational costs, including maintenance and personnel, would offset that. I also wanted to note that even though I do believe the general fund would have to subsidize the operation of the campground, at least initially, at least theoretically on the data that I have in front of us, that's not unusual. Parks and Recreation is not an enterprise fund, and it is not designed to be an enterprise fund. So I did want to point that out. Also, Matthew gave me some really good information. I'm going to go back really quickly to the construction costs. What I asked him to do was look at what it would take to build 130 sites, just so we would have that figure. And he provided that to me this afternoon. The construction cost for 130 sites is roughly $6.6 million. And that would not include the roadway entrance improvements. It would not include the utility agreement fees. And if you wanted that second entrance, it would not include the second entrance. I also asked him to look at the conservative staffing, and through their analysis, which is going to be different because they're not using like our maintenance costs, for example, but they're using market rates and the data they have. What would be a break even for our conservative staffing? And that would be 82 sites. 82 sites is $4.3 million. It's also not including the roadway improvements, which range from $575,000 to a little under $1 million. And it's not including utility assessment fees, and of course not the bridge. So where do we go from here? This is obviously a tough question. The motion in the agenda is for you to authorize us to negotiate a task order with Kimley Horn. And I will say that we're well positioned to do that. We have a master agreement. They understand the scope. They have full access to all the plans that we did pay for, design, and own. And we could negotiate a task order, which would come back to you all for approval and move forward with design. Outside of that, other options are more complicated. I did speak to Peter Kranis from the Tourism Development Office at length. Any modification to the grant as written, which is an RV campground and nature center, would require a complete new application through the Capital Facilities Grant Subcommittee, the TDC, and Brevard County Board of County Commissioners. As we know, there is a lot of conversation right now about what the TDC should be using the tourism development tax dollars for, including beach renourishment, the lagoon, and lifeguards. All of those have been talked about at Board of County Commissioner and TDC meetings.
Ma'am, right along that same vein, an extension, is it the same? Do we have to go through a process? That's not guaranteed. Is that correct? Extension?
The last extension we requested did not have to go through that channel. And I don't see anything in the agreement that would require it. So we would assume no, that it does not have to go back through those channels.
Well, because it's, carry on. Thank you.
And also, we are not the only project that was awarded through the Capital Facilities Grant that is struggling to get off the ground. And Peter did let me know there was multiple projects that haven't fully come to fruition that were awarded in that same time frame. One thing to note, as I mentioned, the clawback provision, we're right now right under the clawback provision, so any additional expenditures, if we did not move forward with the project, more than likely we would owe that money back to the TDC and Brevard County. We can, of course, consider other grant opportunities, and we've been singing Ms. Youngcalla Brown's praises all evening about grant opportunities. But we also know the reality of that, right? That, you know, we are one of many agencies competing. There aren't as many opportunities for revenue generating public facilities as there are for ones that are free to the public. And then, of course, we can look at other parks impact fees. I provided for you on the screen the two rational nexus that would apply for this project and their current balances. That is less the amount that is currently encumbered. So that balance represents what's truly available right now and not already dedicated to the project. And then, of course, another option would be to cancel the project, return the impact fees to the rational nexus of each zip code, and explore other projects. We are actively pursuing a budget request from the Recreation Department for fiscal year 2024 for a Parks Master Plan. The timing is very good as we finish our economic development risk assessment, our comp plan. It fits right in. It's time to look at where we need parks strategically for the entire city and what kind of parks they should be. And we are both available for any questions that you have.
Council? I yield to you, Councilman Johnson. You've been on this council way before when the grant application went through and so on.
Yes,
I
sir.
wanted to hear your take.
Yeah, the awarding was prior to me being on council, but once I paying attention in the meetings while I was in the audience and up till I got on council, the main thing that got me on board with it was the fact that it was shown that it was going to be generating a significant amount of revenue where Parks and Recreation typically doesn't. Seeing these numbers now, you know, and the 1.6 now with inflation, that's like 1.2, 1.3 million dollars right there. So I don't know whether we put up park impact fee, additional park impact fee money, and go to the county as well as TDC saying like, hey, we're willing to put up more. Can you put up more, or start from scratch? It's frustrating. It's frustrating because this is something that's been going on for 6 years now. But what I do appreciate is staff. That's because we've had three different administrations since. So I do appreciate staff instead of just going in blindly, doing their due diligence and looking into this, especially with, I don't think you said the rate, but if you could disclose the rate of how much it will cost in regards to that turn. It was, I believe, 500,000 to 900,000.
Oh, yes, sorry, 575,000 to just under $1 million to do the entrance road improvements and widen the berth of the exit onto Malabar Road.
That's not included in the 6.6 you mentioned earlier.
It is not.
So we're looking at potentially 7.5. So Mayor, I'm not sure. I'm not going to act like I have the answers to this one. I'm frustrated. But I do appreciate, before we went any further, staff doing their due diligence on this. So
No, the feasibility, I'm in agreement with you, Councilman Johnson. The feasibility study was critical, and you got to commend our staff for that. So thank you very much. We're in a we're between a rock and a hard place, right? On one hand, there is an opportunity to, and I like in the study that you're not going out for the 138 lots, right? You're going out for the 45. And what was interesting to me and very knowledgeable is those pull-throughs at a higher rate. And thus my question, based on the capacity of the other locations, the other parks. We are building this whole area out, as you know. Here's my question, or really it's not a question, it's a comment. We were granted $1.7 million. I like your idea of saying, hey, we're going to put more skin in the game. Can you up the ante? I can honestly tell you, I do not see this TDC, this current board, doing anything, and even moreover, the Board of County Commissioners upping that ante. So the question in my eyes that I've been struggling with this is, on one hand, do we continue down this path as an investment, or on the other hand, we surrender the $1.7 million? Now, with surrendering $1.7 million, gentlemen, it gives us a bad reputation. And that's what I've been struggling with, in that the city of Palm Bay couldn't come. Now, with that being said, there's a lot of struggles. We got supply chain issues to create that infrastructure with the roadway and the entrance. It's going to be a tough decision where we go from here, gentlemen. So, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Moscone, would you, I mean, obviously I was not on council until 20, but I'm very aware of the project. What's the root cause that bring us here today? I mean, I know COVID, obviously, right, for 2 years. Was it all about COVID? Where does it stop? What happened?
Thank you for your question, sir. I'll do my best to answer. I believe that the intent was good to develop a master plan larger than we could afford to do, knowing that we would phase it. And that, I believe, was truly an admirable intention by staff. We also have a great deal of campground operation experience on staff. And they brought that to our city, which we are privileged to have. However, two things happened. One, I think that when you look at a master plan and you start adding everything you could ever want in the future, at a certain point, there's a cost to design that, including the infrastructure to get to those future sites. So if you're going to have a bridge and a ranger station and things that we knew we could not afford in the initial phase, to run utilities there's a cost associated with that. And I also think that we took a great hit with COVID. I mean, the timing was very, very poor. And since then, on top of COVID, these inflationary pressures that we're experiencing and seeing are, truly in some ways unprecedented. Well, I think it was a combination of factors.
So with that said, I figured that much. So 138, from 138, if you do the math, you divide that by 3, that's one. So the recommendation now, it's for 1/3 of what the original. And so if we go half, we're talking about over 4 million. Is that correct?
So 82 sites is, and please correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm actually reading off of Matt's email.
Close to 7 million. If it's 6.7.
If we go with half,
well, this is
I'm
82
talking about
sites.
The 82 is 4. Yeah, 4 million, basically about pretty dang close. About $4 million for 82 sites. Now that's at current prices today, and we don't know where it may be a year from now, time we do all permits and.
I see the glass half full. I'm by nature that kind of guy, so hopefully things will settle.
Yep.
With interest rate and all, and so.
Yeah,
Mayor, I'm just real quick. So we currently have 3.2, right? That was the budget. So is that 3.2 plus the 1.7 from the TDC?
No, it's included with it. And the 3.2, we had assumed we took $500,000 out of that fund.
Can you get closer to the mic when you say?
We had taken out $500,000 out of that 3.2 million to account for designs, permittings, engineerings that needs to be done for the facility. So there's 2.7 million of construction dollars available.
Well, with that said, I know the funding is definitely a challenge, and I know one of my conversation with staff, with Ms. Sherman particularly, was as far as all impact fees within those two zip code, how healthy they are, how can we leverage some of those? I mean, my instead of going with 45, 2/3. To me, that's where I'd like to see, and then if we're gonna go forward, if we're gonna keep this project alive, how can we possibly at least do 82? And which still would be viable based on the latest report. I had the privilege to serve on the Park and Recreation Board. We had ample conversations about this project with the director, Mr. Pappy, and I know he was very, very optimistic about this project. In fact, having relationship with Wickham Park, he knew that this project will be great for the city in terms of a revenue generated project, because we had commitment even before the project, even was being talked about. We had commitment already for people that would live Wickham Park to come to Palm Bay, should this ever come to fruition. So that where I'm at. I mean, that I'd love to keep it alive. I think it'll be great for that's a different aspect with what we have out west. Let's think out there, and with Bass Pro, this conversation with Bass Pro having a potential retail shop out there. I know that was part of the conversation. I don't know if it's still currently in the conversation. I'd say if we're gonna move forward, let's lean towards increase it by 82, and work it out from this end. That would be my position.
Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Maybe with the 45 sites, right? If you start, that's a business plan summary, right? 45 to start with a rental of 55. Now, if we do that, we're increasing. We're at a higher rate than our competition, so to speak, right? But here's, and I know you want to go 82. If we did the 45 as an example, it would still clear out for the opportunity of what the deputy mayor's saying. In other words, we could add on those as we continue to go on, up to phase it in. In other words, 45, and then have it designed where we could add on.
Yeah, the current plans that need revising, there already was over 130 spots planned for. So it easily could be the new plans updated, revised to current trends, pull-throughs. Now they were back in spots, so we have a pull-through is longer. So we have to remaster plan to see how many can we get to at pull-throughs, because they're not normally back ends. You get 6 to 8 sites per acre. Pull-throughs are 4 to 6 sites an acre, depending on of actual just development land and how densely you want to pack them in.
So we may not have 80.
Well, 80 is probably fine, 80. But maybe not 130. 130 is probably a stretch, is honestly. So we'll have to look and see how that shakes out. But to Mr. Mayor, to your question, KOA, which is one of the largest campground owners, they published a national study. The figures was in the feasibility report. National average of occupancy, a good campground occupancy, is 67% nationally. The campgrounds in the immediate area are over 80% occupied. So it shows a demand for some more sites to be built in the area. And then the fact that there's no pull-throughs is another demand that's falling very short.
And I was quite interested in your comment that the folks that are actually using these sites are younger,
Yeah.
and that trend continues
Yeah.
to increase.
Yep. The age trend is going down. You know, the 50. It used to be 57. Now it's dropped to about 45. But there's even younger generations now using more my age for it, and so it's families from out of COVID learning that they can work remote and don't need an office, and they just live traveling the country. The RV sales are ridiculous. The wait times on RVs was during peak COVID reached a tipping point where you're waiting 9 months to get an RV. So people started getting out and exploring the outdoors because it's all you could do. So there's a whole new trend of people wanting to go camping more than what there's ever been. The national parks recorded its highest attendance in 10 years in the last 2 years because of COVID. So there's definitely everything's trending upward, and with with this park having all the amenities, having tournaments, events, regional things where people have to stay in the hotels. Now they can stay on property. You can take your kid, you can walk to the games. It provides another venue, another amenity that no one else really has that in the immediate area. You'll be competing with people on the beach, but you'll have people that are there for family events, tournaments. So, yeah.
Any other questions?
Yes, yes, Mayor, thank you. Two questions. One for y'all. Say we go with the 45, and then yes, we can plan ahead for 80. The costs can still increase by then or go down. Like it can.
Yeah, I mean, no one controls the market. So, I mean, certain material prices are coming down now than what they used to be, but then other things are high. The lead time to get the RV pedestals is like 6 months now because of the demand, which is no reason why the timing is what it is. But PVC is starting to go down, wood prices. So it's volatile, but we unfortunately, we can't control it.
Okay. And thank you for that.
Go ahead, Council. I'm just thinking, right, just out of the blue. This is a huge investment. But what I'm hearing is more and more people are camping. What I'm also seeing is a lot more campers, those pull-throughs out on the road. I mean, even in our trip to Tallahassee recently, I don't know how many pull-through campers you encountered. I should direct it,
I know what you mean.
I saw so many more. So I think there's value to what he's saying in that the younger generation is actually out with these pull-throughs. So where are they going to go? I loved how he mixed in, because we've got a great baseball facility at Fred Poppy Regional Park. And that could tie in, whether it's a tournament and things of that nature. So if you're looking at this from right now where we are economically with the chain, the supply chain issues and all of that, I think we would do an injustice in trying to make a decision with this. I think we have to think downrange. Yes, the price may go up, but at the same time, I see that there's an opportunity for this to be an opportunity for the city to reap some benefits out of it as well, all the while providing a facility for others to camp. And part of why I thought this was a great idea is marketing Palm Bay. I think there's a lot of value to marketing Palm Bay. And where am I going with that? I remember we used to do boxing tournaments with Telemundo Boxing. And as an example, they had, and I remember this was over 26 Latin American countries. And on that channel, we love boxing, by the way, but on that channel, you saw the big banner that was subliminally saying Palm Bay, the city of Palm Bay, right? And so I think there's value to that as well. I think marketing our city, whether it's with KOA or those things, I think it adds a value that is intangible, right? But we can actually see. I think there's a lot of value, and I want to validate, Deputy Mayor, what you said. Creating an opportunity, building an infrastructure, and investing in our city because the revenue source will be there downrange. So that coupled with I'm struggling giving the money back. I really am, sir, because that says that we couldn't push it across the finish line. And there's something about that just doesn't sit well with me, gentlemen. And that's where I'm at right now. So carry on.
And I'm good with moving forward and considering. I have one more question for City Manager. If you could have Mr. Frank Watanabe come up, because that figurehead of 575,000 to almost $1 million was never included previously. So.
Hey, good evening, Frank Watanabe, City Engineer. How can I help you?
Yes, sir. So even with this construction potentially happening with the 575,000 to $1 million for the entrance, can the current roads in Fred Poppy Park handle 45-footer or some of these?
No. The problem is if you go to the park, the current radius, you're right next to canal number 8. And because of that canal number 8, the guardrail terminates right where the radius ends. And if you've gone out there recently, it's been knocked over several times because of large trailers who are not experienced. They hit that guardrail. So currently right now, it doesn't work too well. So as you expand it and try to add more vehicles and larger vehicles, you're going to have to expand that radius. So that means you're going to have to get into that canal. And so you're going to have to do some improvements to that canal and that channel, which is not ours, which is the Tillman Canal.
We would have to work with Melbourne Tillman on that part.
So you'll have to do some major road improvements to the intersection.
So this 575 to $1 million's not.
I would say it was a good cost at the time, but after looking at it, and there's one other issue we looked at, and I don't think they're aware of it. That road entrance and the road still belongs to the county. It's not ours.
What's it?
That road, that easement road that goes into the park, still belongs to the county. It was dedicated. It was never accepted. This is something I was looking at when I was looking at the entrance. We realized that road may still be part of the county, just like the road is right now. A good portion of the road, that whole portion from C10 all the way out is county. So that road that goes up to the county park, it still belongs to the county. It was dedicated. From what I heard from our city surveyor, it was never accepted. So it's one of those ghost roads again we need to take care of.
So is that for them to fix then?
Well, we all have to work in an agreement because if we do any improvements, it's like the improvements I'm trying to do at the intersection of Malabar and St. John's. I'm going through hoops to get the permits to do the widening, which is because it's their road. It'd be the same situation here. It's their road. So that's a challenge.
Yep, and I'm not saying that to shoot this down, Mayor. I'm just thinking, like you said,
I'm just on the facts. These are facts.
Thinking down range. Thank you. Yes, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Can we,
Sir?
Yes. Yes, Mayor. Oh,
on that same line of thought there? I mean, have we? I know we haven't. Have we considering the bridge?
Yes, we
Is
have.
there any conversation?
Early on when we looked at bridges 2-3 years ago, when steel cost was more affordable, we were looking at a precast steel bridge because at the time we were looking at Ferguson. Remember Ferguson? Still one of our last areas we still have to finish for roads that were closed. We're going to put a bridge. Steel costs skyrocketed, so the cost to do a steel bridge is out of the question now. So now you're looking at precast concrete bridges, and again you have to cross that canal, which is a Tillman Canal. And Tillman wants to have access to their canal and maintenance to the canal, so that means that bridge has to have a crown on it. So you can't keep it low, you got to raise it up. So when you start raising it up, you get challenges now, how it ties into St. John's and how it ties back into the park. To meet all those criteria, it becomes even more challenging. It'd be better if we could lay it down and somehow keep it flat, but Tillman doesn't want to do it. They want to have access within the canal, which I understand why. So those are challenges too with the bridge. So that needs to also be incorporated.
The conversation for us to have is to maybe do a cost analysis between the two entrances. The bridge eventually we're going to need, even for the growth for the park.
The bridge would be ideal because it ties into the other side, which is the St. John's Preserve.
Right.
It's meant to be a four-way intersection.
Correct.
So
So
in
the
the
point I
future-
wanted to make is that if we're gonna make an investment, it sounds to me the bridge maybe should be all focused. I just wanted to put it out there.
From a circulation standpoint, you always want to have a second entrance. So if you already have an existing entrance, you try to make sure you have a second entrance, but that second entrance with the bridge would be a lot more expensive, way more expensive than your current entrance, where all you're doing is fixing the curb radiuses. You may have to do some culvert, repairs and removals, and maybe a whole new culvert, and the permitting, but it'll be still a lot more affordable than building a whole brand new bridge. And then you still have to add in turn lanes, more likely have to add a signal. So, you're up there way past $1 million, 2, 3, 4, then the bridge itself, which would probably be $5, $6, $7 million.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And Councilman or Deputy Mayor Felix, I've been thinking about that as well, right? Now, if we think about the growth that's going to be out there, the projects that have already been out there where we haven't gotten any park impact fees, that would be the time to use that for that bridge, right? If we're moving down this road, that would be the time. Yeah, do I wish we had that in the impact fees for parks? Not right now, but if you look at all the clearance that's already taken place, certainly that's going to continue to grow out there. So you're spot on with we're going to need that regardless. We're going to need that, and I've been thinking about that. Thank you, sir. Really appreciate you, Frank, and for everything you do for our city, sir. So, gentlemen, I think in making a decision today for our future, right? Because this is what we're talking about. The options that we have is, do we move forward or do we return the finances? I can tell you, returning the financing and asking for something different, I don't think we'll be successful with asking for a different project. Those are my thoughts. I sit on that council, the advisory council, and the advisory council just advises to the Board of County Commissioners. The Board of County Commissioners are ultimately the ones that make that determination. So, any other questions that you want?
If that's the case, then hearing that, I'll make a motion.
Well, we've got public comments first.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
all right.
we got public comments. Thank you so much, Juliet Moscone. I really appreciate your hard work on this.
Mr. Bill Batten, followed by Randall Olszewski.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. 6 years been working on this project. I can honestly say when this was first presented, I came in and did the same thing 6 years ago that I'm doing tonight. And when I said, the Parks and Recreations get 7% of our general fund budget. That's currently $8.9 million. It's Parks and Recs and facilities, but it's still 7% of our general revenue fund budget. That's almost $7 million. $9 million, right? When I brought that up, they said, Bill, this will be self-sustaining. It won't cost us any money. We're going to use the grant and it'll be self-sustaining. That was 6 years ago for $1.7 million. Here we are 6 years later, and we have done nothing except remove the pepper trees, and we've already spent half of our $1.7 million. That's all that we have accomplished out of this, and got some drawings on paper. That's all. Me being the poop head that I am, go back, Bill, I told you so. All right. The next one, the price for the bridge, $2 million. The price for the expansion of the turn lane, none of that better come out of the road maintenance fund or out of the $150 budget. $150 million road bond, right? To add a little bit more salt to the wound, we could recoup some of this loss that we're facing with this endeavor if we would just charge everybody that's using Parks and Recreations facilities instead of giving, oh, you can have it for free because you're a good cause. Everybody's needing it, so stop doing that giveaway and charge everybody. That would recoup some of this loss for the money that we don't have, right? Even though I have to give a pat on the back to Christmas Extravaganza, they turned back more than what they were asking for. And I saw that, right? The last option is for the amount of money that we still currently have in this grant before we give it back, is lower your expectations. Work within your budget. That would be called rustic camping. You still have a campsite. You still have some campsites where people can go to. They can go camping. They don't have to have a $300 million motor home to go camping. Go ahead and have your campsite. You'll still have fun. You'll have the ability, and you can get it for less. You can get the same thing for less money, but it will not make us look bad by giving back the money. Just lower your expectations. Work within your budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Randall Olszewski.
Good evening, Council. Randall Olszewski, 348 Brookedge Street, Northeast. When I look towards a resolution towards this problem, I have a friend named Kenny who long ago told it to me. And it's not Mr. Councilman Johnson here, it's another Kenny. So if you know the song, sing it with me. I'm going to get my beat here, and it's, you got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to run. Run, council, run, staff, run from this nightmare of a project. You're lucky you only spent $49,000. You have a good, smart staff, and you're not going to owe the county anything back. It is fraudulent to the county and to the Tourist Development District Council to move forward with the sham that is that their $1.7 million will result in anything that was presented back in 2016. Now, some good things were said tonight. There needs to be a focus on that bridge for the current residents and the residents that are already planned to come. We don't need to spend our impact fees, our general fund undesignated money to bring in 45 people a day from outside the city and make things better for them. We need to spend money to make things better for me and my neighbors here every single day, because I go to sleep in Palm Bay, I wake up in Palm Bay, I work in Palm Bay, I spend my money in Palm Bay, and I drive the 6.5 miles that it is to take my kid to the park. What does this RV park as presented as using that road do to bring to my life or to my neighbor's life? In the pursuit of making those 45 people able to come say hi to us, we are going to ruin the intersection that comes out on Malabar Road. We're going to put more traffic into the small little segment that's going to be left over after the St. John's Heritage Parkway. We're going to overload with weight, all illogical. Any funding related to the park needs to be focused on the bridge, because honestly, the park is dangerous the way it is now. Current modern day, the way the park is used, our Easter extravaganza was a beautiful event. I live here on this portion of Malabar Road. It took me 35 minutes to get home, including my left turn that I had to get out because I only had one way. Maybe on that day I would have took the back entrance. New entrance needs to be made, needs to be the main entrance to the park. The majority of traffic needs to be diverted there, just like Wickham Park. I imagine, not old enough to know it as fact, I imagine the first entrance to Wickham Park was probably on Parkway Drive. But then they made a main entrance on a main road, and it made a whole lot of sense. And that's where the heavyweight goes, and that's where the big vehicles go, and that's where the traffic goes, because that's logical. Now, in the beautiful words, my friend Kenny, run. Run from this, turn it into something positive, and do not be too prideful to go back to the TDC and say, hey, we made an oopsie, and we want to reroute the money to do the right thing. That's honorable. Do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Council, I need a motion.
I have one more question, Mayor. I'm sorry.
Carry on.
Do we have any grant opportunities identified? It says consider other grant opportunities. Do we have any? No. Okay.
I'd like
So-
to make a motion.
So,
You hear me pausing. I'm conflicted because I've been on this roller coaster for 4 years myself.
well, and that's why,
So
that's why, Councilman Johnson, this is important to get your weigh in on this, in my eyes, right? Because this first came, well, it was September 2020 is what, and
it was
Deputy
before
Mayor
y'all
and
got-
I,
yeah, it was
Deputy Mayor
before-
and I were not on this council. So that's why I wanted to get more of your take. There's some legitimate issues here. I mean, this is the perfect time to either stop or move forward. But I want to hear what your thoughts are because it's important. To me, you represent
I got you.
the previous council, and I want to honor that. I want to validate that.
And I talked to staff behind closed doors when we had our briefing because they saw my frustration. I was probably more frustrated then than I am now. But
So
I don't know, Mayor. I just
Okay.
because to his point, we're gonna do the bridge regardless of this project or not. The amount that's gonna have to be put in and then the return on it,
Well, and there's a
looking
good
at the
point.
net ratio, I don't see it going in our favor.
Right. There's a good point to what you're saying. We could literally right now, perhaps, use some of the impact fees to build the bridge. As opposed to trying to fund anything else, right? We're gonna need the bridge. We need the bridge now. You're absolutely right. So part of it, and Mr. Olszewski brings up a legitimate side to this, right? The issue before us is, do we turn back the money? Do we take the loss? Do we give the money back? But I can tell you this, and I can't tell you 100% because the board can react a certain way, but I can tell you based on the recent history of the TDC Advisory Board,
I'm following you.
they are allocating money right now for taking cultural finances and giving it towards or providing it for lifeguards.
Yep. There's a
Right?
shortage. Yes, sir.
Because there's a shortage. So this goes back to them. It's going to be a huge blessing to them, but don't expect that we're going to get anything. We're going to get any of this back.
So
that's all. So that's. I just want to put that out there in case we were thinking. In
I don't want to.
terms.
So I want to make it clear. I don't want to give it back at all, sir. And that was discussion with previous council too. Some of council wanted to give the money back, and other council members didn't want to because we knew we weren't going to see it again. So to that point, could we potentially look at, and this might be for staff and council, utilizing the 1.7 for different project in light of, what's been brought to us? Maybe not a rustic campground, but something. And at the same time, working towards a bridge because, we pray that it doesn't happen. Knock on wood. Say a fire does happen during one of the big events out at Fred Poppy Park. It's still just one entrance. So regardless, that needs to be addressed too.
Love that idea.
Yes, sir.
However, I don't think we could deviate on the grant. Like it'd be great if we could just slightly deviate, maybe even an amphitheater, but we can't do that, right?
Yeah, we would be giving the money back for this project and applying for a new project. If you wanted to go in that direction.
You know what? Maybe I could help.
Okay. I'm saying
maybe I could help. Why don't we just turn back the money? I know that it's difficult for me to say. But if we turn back the money, we could use this to build the bridge right now. We could use this right here to build the bridge right now. You know what? I think that would be more feasible. And then perhaps in the future, we could move forward and reapply downrange years later.
Well,
I'd support that.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Willing to make a
go ahead.
motion.
Go ahead. Hold on. Councilman Johnson is. I'm just saying, I think, and I hear what you're saying, Deputy Mayor. But man, we've got in this, I think now, if we could give back the money, that might be the wisdom that's needed now. It wouldn't be investing in our future, but using this money in 32908, even 07 to build that bridge, is still investing in our future. So I think I'll support that.
Well, my question, to build a bridge, would it be park impact fees or TIF?
It's.
There are different ideas that we have discussed, and it's something as far as connecting it to other things within the park. Certainly is something, staff and I discussed a while back. I am not comfortable at this time, talking about it because there was no concrete plans. It was just something that we had generally spoken about, but it depends upon the design and the intent and how it's incorporated into other things. It could be either one, but there is a potential for park impact fees, but we will certainly need to sit down, talk a little bit more about it. We're definitely not there yet. It's just something that we kind of just talked, theoretically in very general terms. So I would have to a lot of these analyses are very much fact-based, and I would certainly have to see more facts.
Can I make a recommendation to table?
Sure, put on there.
Can we table it? For the discussion with staff.
Are we time sensitive, Miss Juliet?
Well, no, we are not. The TDC did ask me to provide them an update based on this meeting this evening. Let me clarify, not the TDC, the Tourism Development Office, but there is the only requirement we have right now is September 21st, 2024, the grant will expire.
And we're going to have to come up with an extension. I would like to have discussions. Maybe if we table this, part of the tabling is have discussions with our city attorney to see if this qualifies for us to use this funding to build that bridge. And maybe if that's is that possible?
We are talking about doing the TDC.
No, ma'am. We're talking about our impact fee funding that we have for the parks already assigned, where it would benefit the park to have that entrance.
So that I understand, but you're going to table this item to find out whether.
Yeah, what I'm saying is if we table it, I would want to have that discussion. I would want our city attorney to look at that specifically with Fred Poppy Regional Park.
All right, tabling the item, we'll be discussing this item further in further detail, including
the information if we could use that money.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I certainly can get more information to the extent that Parks has the information to provide the factual basis to me. I don't really see the connection between the two, but certainly if Parks has our recreation facilities, I know whomever can actually provide a factual basis for me, or if they're working with the consultant, certainly that I could, once they can provide that information, I can certainly provide a legal opinion. I'm just not quite sure how these two tie in.
So the connection is giving us the information. If we could use that money, that could probably help us determine, do we return the money, or just use those impact fees to create the bridge and then worry about the TDC or the campgrounds later? There is no connection other than giving us the information. Can we use the impact fee park money?
And to add to that, Mayor, you had asked Mrs. Moscone a question in regards to campground Long Point, Manatee Hammock. Like that's additional information that can help us out as well. Like if we see right now that their capacity is like looking amazing, then that backs what we're looking at where to move forward. But if we see that even they're struggling, then so I think tabling's a good option. I feel a lot more comfortable with doing that than making a decision to move forward at this time, sir.
Okay, so carry on. I'll have a motion to table.
So move.
Got a motion. I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Felix to table. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are now on consent. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, Mayor, the following items were pulled: 4,
Okay. Item number 4.
13, 12,
Hold on.
13,
4, 12, 13,
16,
16,
18,
18.
and 23. Correct.
18 was withdrawn. Yes? Okay. 18 was withdrawn. So 23. Okay, so I need a motion.
Motion to approve consent agenda item with the exception of 4, 12, 13, 16, and 23.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Felix, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-0. Madam,
Resolution 2023-10. A resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending Resolution 2022-51 as amended by Resolution 2023-02, adopting the classification and pay plans and the position control plan for employees of the City of Palm Bay for fiscal year 2022 through 2023, rescinding resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith, providing for an effective date. Resolution 2023-11, a resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending Resolution 2022-52 as amended by Resolution 2023-03, adopting a 5-year capital improvements program for the fiscal years 2022 through 2023 through 2026 through 2027 for the City of Palm Bay, Florida, rescinding resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith, providing for an effective date. Resolution 2023-12, a resolution of the Council of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, approving the local housing assistance plan as required by the State Housing Initiatives Partnership Program Act, subsection 420.907-420-9079, Florida statutes, and Rule Chapter 67-37, Florida Administrative Code, authorizing and directing the mayor to execute any necessary documents and certifications needed by the state, authorizing the submission of the local housing assistance plan for review and approval by the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, providing for an effective date. Resolution 2023-13, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, approving the local housing assistance plan as required by the State Housing Initiatives Partnership Program Act, subsections 420.907-420-9079 Florida statutes, and Rule Chapter 67-37 Florida Administrative Code, authorizing and directing the mayor to execute any necessary documents and certifications needed by the state, authorizing the submission of the local housing assistance plan for review and approval by the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, providing for an effective date. Thank you.
we are now on item number 4, consent.
Mr. Bill Batten?
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. I have 4 questions with this one. The first one Who will be paying for the land acquisition? Right, especially when you look at the fact that this land acquisition is not even in the city limits of Palm Bay. Question number 2, how much does the town of Malabar currently pay to the city for their water services? Question number 3, why aren't we expanding citizens to the residents of Palm Bay instead of going down Malabar Road where no one's located when we have 2/3 of the residents in Palm Bay without water service? Right? What was the final last one? This total cost for 3/4 of a mile is $1.5 million. And we've already invested $207,000. So just curious. Those are a couple of questions I'd like to see if I could get answered. And hopefully if it's going to the town of Malabar, because I couldn't see it. I see the contract says the city versus the town, but I didn't see anything that says, well, the town of Malabar, because eventually we're going to be providing them with water and sewer, which we already are, I understand. Where was their impact in that 1.5 million? I do realize that water is paid for by the residents that are using it. That's how we make up the difference, because it doesn't come out of general fund. I understand that. But it'd really be nice if I could get them to pay for a higher percentage rate than the locals. You know, that out of towners pay more. Very simple.
They do.
Thank you.
They do, sir. But Madam Chairman?
Yes, thank you, sir. So the out-of-towners, as you call them, they do pay different rates. They pay higher rates than our residents, so that is absolutely going to continue. The easements are paid for or funded. The price to, excuse me, let me start again. Purchasing the easements occurs using utilities funds, not general funds. The easements will be bought by the utilities department from those individual landowners. The purpose of this extra loop that's in the town of Malabar is actually going to be beneficial to our residents for 2 reasons. While it does provide improved water quality and flow for part of Malabar, it also serves as an extra loop and a secondary feed for Palm Bay Hospital, which is a very critical piece of our infrastructure. So giving them another source of water if there's something wrong with the other line is going to be pretty critical. So we're excited about this project. It's needed. It's been on our capital plan for many years, and we're glad to move forward with it. So,
Thank you. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 3-0. We are now on item number 12 under consent. Deputy Mayor?
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. Consideration of a co-sponsorship. Right? This waive fee that we're talking from a co-sponsorship could have been used to offset the cost of the park for this campground. The money we saved on this could have offset that for the funds that we didn't have in our packet. Just trying to keep that in perspective. Remember, Parks and Recreation is getting $8.9 million of our general budget. Just try to keep that in your mindset all the time. The other thing that I thought was strange was one number in this agenda said that the cost that we were operating was $1,380, yet the agenda packet shows $1,560 of 2 different numbers when we're comparing. I didn't know what the difference was. Just, not a big number, but it's just something jumped out and said, this isn't the same number.
Thank you. Any other speaker cards for this?
For this item.
Okay. Madam Sherman?
yes, sir. I'm actually trying to figure out what the answer is. Did you understand the question?
I'm seeing 1380.
The
I'm adding up 460 in-kind wages and 920 in fee waivers, and that totals 1380. So
Hello, hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Yancala Brown just pointed out to me that we believe this is actually a Scrivener's error because the title of the item has the correct amount of 1380.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Were there any other questions? Okay, I need a motion.
Motion to approve the co-sponsorship requests with the Casite Heritage Corp for the second annual Haitian Flag Day Parade and soccer tournament, and authorize 460 of in-kind wages to labor and 920 in fee waivers totaling 1380.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-0. Item 13 under consent.
Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. I have 3 questions with this one. Right. What does this average out to when we're looking at how much this is? What was the average per light that came to? I mean, it just seemed extremely high for 31 lights. It was going to cost us, $7,000 a year. Seems strange, right? Item number 2. Where is the primary location for phase 2 going to be? Something I just know when I was looking at some of these things, I saw that a lot of it was around where primary roads are, which somewhat makes sense, except the biggest danger we have, it's on the side roads where there's no sidewalks and people are walking in the road because they can't walk, there's no sidewalks or streets. So we're lighting the sidewalk areas, but the people that are at the biggest risk are the ones that don't have the road. So I'm just wondering where phase 2 is going to be, and if we start looking at, instead of in the big primary road locations that have sidewalks, right? And then the final question, just because I couldn't find it in our budget when I was going through the budget, what is the city actually expending annually for lighting of the city? If they're talking 31 lights cost us $7,000 annually, then what are we spending for the total city just for lighting? And if that's the case, out where I live, everybody's walking in the dark everywhere they go, and it's been this way for 37 years now for me, right? Well, maybe, and we've learned how to live that way. Maybe we could save that money that we're spending on lighting and put it into other infrastructures that benefit the entire city. Just a thought process, folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Sherman, did you get those 4 questions?
I believe so. Thank you. So the cost for this, the reason why it's higher than you might expect if you had your own residential light that you were renting from FPL is you're going to install the light, but we actually pay both a fixture fee as well as a monthly fee for the actual power that we use. That's why it's higher. That's part 1. The phase 2 plan, which we have not locked in full yet. I know it mentioned in the memo a couple of roads where we're going to add a series of lights to light those roads. It's not settled on yet, but to give a little bit of the background, when we looked at the locations that were selected, there were several criteria that staff looked at. To start, we have a database of resident requests that goes back years and years. So we've always tabulated that, and historically the city would, if there was ever any funding to add streetlights, they would pull from that list first years ago. But we still maintain that list, and every time anyone calls, requests a light, we've added them to the list. So some of that data was factored in. But even beyond that, we actually also factored in data that we received from the police department, where we looked at traffic crash incidents, pedestrian incidents, but there were plenty of incidents that occurred on locations, to your point, that did not have sidewalks. So it's really more about the vehicular traffic and the issues that we had in those locations that led to some of these being selected. The need to grow the street lights inventory in the city has been with us for quite some time. It's one of council's priorities that was given direction to staff, and this is our first step in that direction. These particular lights, because they're already in places where the infrastructure exists, we're paying these monthly operating and rental fee costs, so there's no infrastructure costs. It would be much more expensive as we go forward and we start to look at locations where there's a new pole that needs to be put in. There's actually transformers that need to be added by FPL. So these are the easy ones. I guess it's a short story. But we know we have a long road to go to actually properly light all of our corridors and intersections.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay. I need a motion.
So moved.
I think
Second.
Councilman Felix wanted to make that motion. Yeah, go ahead.
That's okay.
Deputy Mayor. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Felix, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are now on item 16 under consent.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. I would have kind of preferred to presented this one when we were doing the Turkey Creek restoration during the presentation. I didn't realize that's how it going. This would have been more appropriate at that time, but I put my paperwork in right away. So here we are now. When I was going through the package on Turkey Creek restoration, and they said two of the canceled items that we're no longer doing in Turkey Creek, one of them was Outlaw Island, that the restoration that was turned over back to the county for sanctuary of some kind. So my question is, what were we spending money on that project before that we have now stopped it? Did we accomplish, and so what was the objective of that? Did we accomplish the objective, or did we just spend money on something that says, well, the people that were doing it lost interest and they're no longer doing it? You know, because I see that happen a lot. It's a grand idea until somebody gets tired, or until the force gets tired of playing with it. So the second question is, since it's called Outlaw Island in the Turkey Creek, where is it? I tried looking it up, and I got names for bands and stuff like this, but I couldn't find in the city of Palm Bay Outlaw Island. So, you know, just being the curious person I am, I just like to know a little bit more about the history of Palm Bay. Thank you.
Madam Sherman?
I don't think I could geographically describe where it is, but I know we have it on a map, so I certainly can show you that at some point. The two projects that were, I couldn't answer off the cuff what the city invested in those two projects that are listed in the memo. Historically, those are projects that date back years and years, so I don't know what they invested in those. But based on the gist of what was analyzed by the consultants was to tell us that those were not necessary based on other things that have happened since those were originally installed. I don't even know that I could get you the information on the historical costs because these were really like years and years and years ago. But I can definitely give you a map that shows you where Outlaw Island is. So for what that's worth. There.
Need a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Passes 3-0. We are now on item 23.
Olszewski.
Good evening, Council. Randall Olszewski, 348 Brookedge Street Northeast. As far as looking at the April 2023 Go Road Bond Paving Report, this report may not be a surprise to you as the City Council, having taken place the workshop with the Infrastructure Advisory and Oversight Board. But just in case any members of the public don't realize and understand, our $150 million road bond project, that's how much was budgeted for the whole project. We've taken $100 million so far. We've been paying back on that debt. That shows up on your property tax bill every year as no less than $1 million. So every $100,000 that your house is worth, you pay $1,000 towards the road bond program every year. So I'm just going to, I always talk for my neighbors. I'm going to talk very, very selfishly at what malarkey this road bond project is. We're in a projected deficit of this $150 million project of $70 million, which is just shy of what, half the budget are we missing, right? I live in Unit 7, so I'm in Phase 5 of the project. So as it stands right now in the year 2023, when I go check the mail with my daughter, she bends down in the street and picks up seashells and says, "Hey, Daddy, look, I found a seashell." That's what my street's made out of today. To go down Eldron, the damage that it does to my suspension every time I just want to get home is immeasurable. When I run, I can't run on the sidewalk because it's too weavy because the city's been developed in too many forces. So if I try to run in the road, it's so buckled that I'm going to roll my ankle on it. Now, the proposition is that for little old me in Unit 7 and the other folks in Phase 5, as the money continues to run out and run out and run out and we get closer to our phases, we're going to get compromised roads. We're going to talk to the contractor of how we can change the asphalt chemistry and make it cheaper and make it less than. Now, the roads out in Southeast are gorgeous. My best friend, I call my brother's buying a house out there this coming week. It just got rejuvenated. I'm so excited for him. I'm so excited to drive out there. I actually used to live out in that area, so I know how significant it is to build houses out there. I know that his house is being built by a builder because you guys paved the roads out there. I get it. But the equality here is counterintuitive. You paved all the roads in Southeast. You're about to pave Madden and Osmosis, which if you haven't driven down Madden, you're remiss. Authorizing to get it paved, if you've never driven down it, you're very remiss in your duty. You're going to spend all this money to develop these areas. The builders are going to come. The folks are going to have a paved road to get out to the compound. Lucky them, they don't need to get their bikes dirty before they go off-roading. But in our local areas in Phase 5, there is no horizon that our roads are going to get taken care of because we're already projected to be 70 million behind on a 150 million project. And then, full picture here, because the item was supposed to come next for procurement, you're talking about building a campground that's a draw on a general fund, on a road that you haven't even been able to widen yet, because that's going to draw on your general fund. And you have this road project drawing on it. You got to focus in on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Madam Sherman?
Yes, sir.
Any response?
So obviously we had a workshop earlier in March.
Right.
It was not very good news that we were talking about, but we wanted to be transparent about where we're at with things on the road bond project. So there are a number of steps that we are taking, and we are going to seriously evaluate any changes to the types of treatment we make on any roads to make sure it will still serve the needs of that community, so that it will not be a cheaper, lesser, junkier road. We just know that we've been building all of the residential roads at a higher standard than we perhaps could have not done from the beginning. That's a reflection where we're at now based on where we were at the beginning, also based on all the cost increases that we've incurred. So there are things like that we're looking at that you heard at the workshop. There are also strategies we're looking at from a procurement standpoint, as we discussed at the workshop. And also, we're having a workshop with a lot of the road paving vendors here in another week or two to talk through more strategies that might get us more effective and shaving off some of the costs for some of the projected projects. But yes, the end result is we are faced with a challenge to fund the commitment to do all of the roadways. We're going to work very hard to try to solve that problem. I don't know how yet, but we're going to keep working on it. If we get to a place where the road bond could not do all of the roads, we're going to have to find a way that general fund or some other funding strategy helps us get there, because we do need to honor that commitment to our residents. And we cannot, as we all know, go back to a situation where we don't maintain our roads, which is why we have the road maintenance fund in place, and we will continue to build that. But it is a very difficult situation, fully aware of the concerns there, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I need a motion.
So move.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson.
Second.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Passes 3-0. We are now on item number 2. Ms. Leffler. New business number 2.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. For a moment. Deputy Mayor Felix will be unable to attend the May 4th regular council meeting. In an effort to ensure there will be a physical quorum at the first regular council meeting in May, council may wish to reschedule the meeting with a suggested date of Monday, May 1st, and staff has advised that advertising requirements will be satisfied.
Okay, any speaker cards, Deputy Mayor, on this item? Okay, I need a motion.
Motion to schedule the first regular council meeting in May 2020. To the
May
1st
1st,
of
Monday, May 1st. Second. I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Johnson, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Passes 3-0. We are now on committee reports, and I'll start with Mr. John or Councilman Johnson. Deputy Mayor Felix.
Thank you. I don't have much to add. I see those two gentlemen back in the back. I'd just like to acknowledge you. Congratulations on your event, Flag Day.
Okay.
It's very unfortunate I was not invited. May 18, I'll be here, possibly this late. So, no, just, but great. I hope it's a great event as much as possible. I'd love to attend, but I will be here. I wish you success with the event, and then thank you for stepping up, serving this community. Appreciate your effort.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing the history. That's important on Flag Day. So thank you. Really appreciate all your efforts. Thank you, sir. My reports, I pretty much said everything on that agenda item. Know that my heart is to serve the city. I thank you for the opportunity. I serve you with God, honor, and integrity. And that concludes my reports. Madam Sherman, any reports?
No, sir. Thank you.
Madam Smith.
Yes, sir. Of course, as you all know, I've been trying to coordinate a date with you all because I need to have an executive session on Joel King versus City of Palm Bay, which is case number 05-2021 CA 014074. And some of the dates that we have that have been thrown out are having we anticipate this will be about 30 minutes in length as far as this executive session, is having it April 25th at 5:30 before the Republic Workshop, having it May 18th at 5:30 before the regular council meeting, or having it on a standalone day such as Monday, May 15th or Tuesday, May 16th. But I do need a consensus from council because, of course, I need to announce that and we need to get it set. So what is council's pleasure as far as when we should schedule this executive session?
I'll go with the 25th, right before the workshop.
Same.
I would agree with that.
Okay, so April 25th at 5:30, ma'am. Is that good for you?
Yes, and if I can, now that I have the date, actually make the legally required announcement, that would be the end of my reports. Okay, the City Attorney's Office desires your advice in an attorney-client session in the following litigation matters. Joel King versus City of Palm Bay, case number 05-2021, CA 014074. Attendees will be Mayor and City Council, City Manager Suzanne Sherman, City Attorney Patricia Smith, and Deputy City Attorney Rodney Edwards. The attorney-client session is expected to be 30 minutes in length. The date will be April 25th at 5:30. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We're on public comments. Are there speaker cards, Councilman or Deputy Mayor? Okay, anyone wish to speak? Please step up to the podium and you could bring that lectern down, ma'am.
Oh, it's good.
Okay.
I can reach it. My name is Eileen Sepp. I live at 1230 Friel Road Northeast. I am very disappointed in the conduct of this council in their attacking the mayor. We have First Amendment rights given to us by the Constitution to express our faith, which we are a nation with freedom of religion, not from religion. And there were things that were said that I thought were embarrassing as a citizen of Palm Bay. Also, the spirit of your charter and ethics don't allow you to criticize each other the way that you did. And I think it was uncalled for. That said, there were also some comments made about this situation, you know, as to the following the charter and all that stuff. I believe the mayor did the only thing he could, because that amendment violates the United States Constitution, which guarantees the right of the people to elect their own representatives. I'm not impressed by 20% of the populace saying that it was okay, which is what happened. And I don't think the amendment was worded in such a way that people were understanding what they were giving up. I think it needs to be replaced. I think it needs to be clarified. Yes, saving money is a good thing, but not at the expense of our rights. I also found it to be a little bit hypocritical when the overwhelming vote not to give the council a raise and protesting the money that you wanted to give yourselves tax-free was voted on in spite of what the people said. So you can't say yes, it's okay when you do it, but because the minority on the dais, did what he could to stop something that was totally unjust and unconstitutional from happening. I totally support his actions, and I am really surprised that that amendment was ever even allowed to go through. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Master Chief, come on up. And then you're next, sir.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. 2 items on this one. First, I know we're upgrading the PA systems. I see some of the new mics and stuff like that, but we still have the dilemma with what's happening outside the chambers. So if we haven't made those corrections yet, could we please put some speakers in the restroom so that when I have to run, we're still trying to hear what's being said, but we don't hear it because I didn't hear what was said that was a kind of important one. So now I have to go back and watch the video. But you put a $3 speaker in there for me or something. All right. Item number 2, this was just for humor and enlightenment. I thought it was strange that under public hearing number 12 and 13, you passed it saying, yes, we're moving items 12 and 13 to May 1st. Well, you hadn't passed the authorization to have May 1st meeting before you said, here's what we're doing. So I was laughing and hoping that it would fail and that you wouldn't get May 1st date, just so I could say, now are you going to call this guy up and say, hold it. We told you we were going to do it, but you hadn't voted to do it yet. It was just a procedural thing. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? I just thought that was, somewhat humorous that you're saying, here's what we're doing, and you hadn't voted on it yet. Kind of seems familiar, doesn't it? Here's what we're doing, but we didn't know how we were going to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Oh, yes, sir. You're next.
I know you're going to be a little bit surprised. I don't have any, I was going to say I don't have any complaints, but I do want to thank you all.
Name and address first, sir.
Bob Touchton. I live at 1298 Cimarron Circle Northeast. And thank you all for paving Connect Road. It's really nice to drive down now. But my issue with Connect Road is that I've lived in the same place since 1995, raised my 5 children, and we love it. It's a great community over there. But Connect Road has turned into a speed zone. Cars and trucks, school buses even, just fly down Connect Road like there's no speed limit. And I don't know if you can put speed bumps. I live on Cimarron Circle, so it's got a brick gate, and we have a lot of young families now, and they walk their kids, ride bikes, and it's gotten very dangerous. So I would ask if that could be looked into. But otherwise, thank you so much for everything. I'm a very happy Palm Bay resident. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Touchton. I want to. Okay, we've got your name. Maybe get with our assistant deputy or deputy city manager here. Give her your contact information so we could have that dialogue with Connect Road.
And Mayor, because I've brought this up to Frank Watanabe a few times, because numerous residents from Connect Road have reached out. And one of the conversations was that's a cut through for fire, because they're looking at the residents wanted speed bumps in that area. They'll have to look, staff will have to look, but they wanted speed bumps in that area. But one of the concerns was that's a cut through for fire to Palm Bay Road. So I'm not sure what we can do, but it's been brought up by numerous residents, just like Mr. Bob right here, sir.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Councilman Johnson. Anyone else wish to speak? Mr. Stice? Anyone else after Mr. Stice? Carry on, sir.
Robert, 1796 Woodward Drive, Southeast. Mr. Johnson, didn't you tell me that we were almost totally ramped up as far as hiring Palm Bay Police? We only had a few left.
We're almost to single digits. So we would have been to single digits in regards to 9 vacancies, but there's 3 officers that are retiring. So we're at 12, I believe.
Okay. You see so many people talking about speeders in Palm Bay. I've been almost begging for the mobile radar unit, and I think we're down to 1 unit right now. It does make a difference in the HOA, but more importantly, when we start getting up to speed, the chief talked about he believes in giving warning tickets. Warning tickets is not a deterrent to anybody. Okay, and we still have those radar detectors on both sides of Bayside Lakes outside Summerfield. Okay, you know, again, when I'm rolling the dice on my life when I'm walking down and people are triggering that speedometer or whatever you want to call it, the radar speed unit at 48 miles an hour. Come on, we got to write some tickets in there. The only way, this is America, the only way you're going to have a deterrent is to start writing the ticket. They're going to tell their friends and other friends, but going down and parking on the side of the church like they do so they can hang out until somebody does 60 is not reducing the danger on the L-shaped curve. Not a 90 degree anymore. It was figured out to be an L shape. Let's not wait till we get another death. Let's get in that neighborhood and make a difference. All right, please. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, this meeting's adjourned.